Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And I bet you're wondering, why the hell that took so long to get started once the show started. So I click go live. And my daughter runs into the room. Dad. So I had to resolve an issue real quick before we get started. But how's it going, guys? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy with what is happening. Today you may be able to hear it. I don't know. I hear it because I hear me all the time, not through a microphone. I also feel it. I have a bit of a cold, I think. So my voice is a little bit sour and my throat is a little bit sore. And I think that's probably why I was so damn tired last week. I think. I don't know. It's a mystery. What the fucking microphone? Want my mic over here? Just kidding. But yeah, so we're gonna try and cure it with this. The Glen Alachi 18-year Speyside single malt scotch from the Valley of the Rocks. This is our go-to cure for a cold. I don't know. I've never had this. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. But it was at the liquor store. I mean, there's a million scotches and a million bourbons and everything. So I'm going to try this. So I did not drink over the weekend. On Flashcast, they keep doing these damn shots for money shows. And while it is tempting to do a shots for money show, I also know how that turns out. And it always turns out with me wishing I was dead. And so like the last show that they did, I was really late and I did not participate because I had just had some a couple nights before on whatchamacallit. What is that? St. Patrick's Day. And I was not really in the mood to be absolutely destroyed on Saturday. So yeah. Oh, excuse me. But anyway, so we're going to cure some cold with this new liquor. We'll try that. Other than that, I'm on my clear fluid. I've got water. And I've got Propel in case I need some flavor later. But I'm trying to just drink this fucking alkaline water. Got to do them for 100 and up super chats. Yeah, again, it's very tempting, but I will die. And I'm not in the mood to be literally deceased. So yeah. Oh, I'm not just having liquid, by the way. When I said diet, I mean just my drink. I've cut out soda. I'm done with soda. Up until, this is the problem with black people. This is the problem with black people. I had not drank soda in like 2 or 3 years until Drexel came on this show. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I brought this grape crush because grape's the best." And I'm like, "God, you're fucking you, aren't you?" And I started drinking it and I'm like, "That's right. This is delicious. This is delicious. The next thing you know, I'm on welfare. Grape soda. Straight to, I'm kidding about the welfare part. That was a racist joke. See, you got to sometimes, like, someone's going to be out there, they're going to be, oh, look, Nick Rakita's on welfare. It's proved. Where's the money, Rakita? That was a joke. I was just being racist. Calm down. For God's sakes. I also made a mixtape and became a single mom. There. There. Now is it clear? Okay. Got in a fight at a Wendy's. How much worse can we make this? How much more racist can we make this joke? Speaking of hatred, racism, and bigotry, what is that? You see this? You see this? That's from there. The little strip, it malfunctioned. Okay. Anyway. Give me my liquor. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't need any help. Okay. Other than that, we're going to do the, well, this is a hate show. This is a hate show. All right. There's a bill down in Florida, and I did a video on it earlier today. It's called the Don't Say Gay Bill, HB 1557. That's actually the title that the Congress put on it. The Don't Say Gay Bill, or you're a piece of shit bigot piece of shit. That's the actual, I'm reading Twitter. I know that that's the actual name of the bill. The actual bill says, don't say gay because you're a hateful, cisgendered, white piece of shit garbage heap bill for proposal to Ron DeSantis. So there are some people out there who can't read. I am a person who can read, and so therefore it is my job to fix the rest of the planet who can't. And this bill has been very controversial, very controversial. And is it a perfect bill? No. Who cares? No. If you're looking for perfection, never ever look to a government. But it's not a perfect bill. But is it a bill that should be reasonably acceptable to society? Yes, of course. Obviously. Is there anything particularly wrong with this bill? I mean, there may be some short-sighted drafting issues, but the overall thrust of the bill is fine. And if those short-sighted drafting issues were resolved, would people suddenly rise up and kumbaya, being the operative word there, all over each other over this bill? And would there be world peace? No. No matter what revisions are made to this bill, it will never be acceptable to a certain demographic of people. And that is the demographic that desperately wants to talk to children about sex. And I hate to put it that way, but it's fucking true. It's just true, because you cannot fathom any scenario in which this bill is not about needing the state to talk to children about sex, sexuality, transgenderism, gender identity, whatever it is. They must infuse these ideas into children. They have to. They don't know what else to do, because otherwise this bill doesn't ever come up and isn't an issue unless you go, but I really want someone to talk to kids about these issues, though. I really need it. I need a teacher to do it. I need a 24-year-old with a general education degree teaching a third grader about peepees and hoo-has being choices. That's what they need. And I don't know why they're broken, but they're broken people. So, so now because of that, there's a firestorm online. And again, there is honestly, it's the most brilliant bill ever drafted because of that. Because there is no way on earth to frame the opposition to this bill as anything other than people really want teachers to talk to kids about sexual orientation and gender identity. Because that's what the bill addresses. And everyone's like, no, we must have it. It's like, wait, why? 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 Why prior to fourth grade does some random teacher need to talk to children about this? Why? Well, to criminalize it's chilling on the First Amendment. We're going to address all that, but it's deputizing parents against teachers. Good. We're going to address all that too. Attorney Tom says I'm looking shorter than normal tonight. You know what? Thank you, Tom. Thank you for reminding me. Look at Attorney Tom over here. Little Tommy. Where is it? This little marionette doll, Attorney Tom, is going to say that I'm short. Look at him. Here's Attorney Tom sitting on my lap. Right there. Got him up on the knee. Hey, what's up, Tom? What's up, Tommy? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're giant, Tom. And that's from his video. He took this video of us. Irrefutable proof from the source. An automatically admitted statement against interest of an opposing party. Gee, Dad, where are we going? Well, I don't know, Tommy. Where would you like to go? I want to go fishing. Okay, we'll go, sport. Let's go. There we go. I'm calling in a wellness check on Attorney Tom right now. Does your soundboard do Pinocchio voice? You know, if I were not sick, maybe I could, but all right. SWAT. No. Oh no. Attorney Tom's gonna get swatted now. Rip all dogs. All dogs go to heaven is just God damn it. All dogs go to heaven is just when Ian Miles Chong calls. That's all. Okay. So that being said, we're going to take a look at the bill, I guess. So I did a shorter breakdown on YouTube today, but we are going to suffer tonight because this is a hate stream. I told you this is hate. We are going to hate in unison. And the hate today is we're going to hate watch. I actually don't know. I haven't watched these videos, but I have an assumption. We're going to EFAP just some guy and his video on this bill. Do you guys know just some guy? That's not actually a Chinese side dish. He's a YouTuber I've had a notable interaction with in the past. And we might also hate watch Vito's or EFAP Vito's video on it. There are two videos that are out there. I don't know if we're gonna do both, because man, but we're gonna talk a little bit about this. In my video, I thought about drawing in quotes and stuff from Vito and just some guy into my main video, but I wanted to make that more about the point of just, this is what the bill is. Tonight's show is, this is what the bill isn't, and we'll just go ahead and address it from the arguments of two YouTube commentators. So that's part of it. And then there's also the sentencing, or not sentencing, the jury verdict for that. Remember that trial that I started at the beginning of last week and then bailed on because I wanted to gouge my brain out? Well, the verdict the verdict came in today. Yeah, he's guilty. Of course, this man was guilty, but he's very guilty of everything. This is the guy who killed the NBA player. Yeah, guilty on all counts. So he's toast. Which, I mean, was pretty obvious. Like, there'd have to be some major surprise for that to not be the case. So, yeah, so he's gone. The next question now will be, is he in, where was he? Where was that? Tennessee. Do they have the death penalty in Tennessee? Oh my God, I forgot a story from yesterday. Oh, I've got a good story that we're going to add. This is a positive and uplifting story about South Carolina that we're going to get to a little bit. So that's what's kind of on the agenda. Again, I'm not feeling well. I've been sleeping a lot, coughing a little bit. My voice is kind of trash. So I don't know, if this show's going to go super long. With the EFAPing, it really could. We'll see. We'll see how it goes as we get into it. And then afterwards, probably play some Elden Ring. Hope that sounds fun. Okay. But first, a little bit of whiskey, some super chats, and then we're going to get into it. Okay. That is definitely a Speyside Scotch. All right. Woo. Okay. Gosh, it's 46% alcohol. It feels a lot heavier than that. For being an 18-year Scotch, it's pretty harsh. It's got that. Speyside Scotch has something to it. I don't know. I'm not a scotchery. Like, I don't know the expert words for it, but it's got something that comes up on the that comes up right away. And I don't think I'm the biggest fan of Speyside Scotch. It's got like its own unique blend of sourness to it. It's not peaty. No, this is not peaty at all. It makes me want to do ASMR, like, yeah. Oh, did you guys see Twitch is rounding out their mature content guidelines because the titty streamers are gonna win. They're gonna win. They're gonna have their like super tightly pulled pants so you can see all their labia folds. It's like a fingerprint. Pretty soon, they're gonna have to make an iPad unlockable with a vagina stamp, because that's what the thoughts are gonna need. They're winning. They're getting the mature tag on Twitch is being fleshed out and rounded out to allow streamers to do more. Twitch is going to cave. So anyway, a legal mindset. It's a legal mindset says it got something that makes me want to do ASMR. Nick Regatta, March 22nd, 2022. What up, mindset? How you doing, man? You know what? You're a Florida. If you want and have time, no pressure, because I can do this on my own. I will send you an invite. Everything works out for you. You're welcome to pop on and discuss this Florida law with me through the lens of two YouTubers, renowned experts on the subject. So I better put in my headphones just in case he shows up. Plus, we're going to switch over to the audio in just a second. Tomorrow, guys, I'll have a new lawyer, new to my show. He's not a new lawyer, I don't think. I don't know him like at all, hardly, but he's new to me. God damn. He's new to me. He's a YouTuber, has a budding channel, we'll say. His name is Potentially Criminal. He appears to be a criminal defense attorney. I have no idea where. I don't know anything about him, but I love the idea of more people in the space of talking law on YouTube, and I'm always happy to meet another potential, like recurring guest. And he's coming on the show tomorrow. Potentially Criminal is his name, and we'll do the nighttime show, do an interview, find out about him, see what we can talk about. But I have no idea, what that's going to be like. So I've only seen a couple minutes of his content, and he seems funny, fine. So we'll check him out. We'll check him out tomorrow. Okay, let me start in on these super chats so that when Mindset gets here, we can drop it like it's hot or something. And also, I announced this on Twitter, but in case you didn't see it, the Friday live stream that got taken down, Friday Fun Time, Chandler Halderson or whatever, it got taken down by a bogus copyright claim, is back up. It was fully restored. The copyright claim was dropped. It was not Law and Crime. A lot of people thought Law and Crime did. It had nothing to do with the Chandler Halderson video or Law and Crime at all. It was one of the sports videos, either the female pole vaulting video, which I showed on Friday. In that video is the greatest pole vaulting performance I've seen in a very long time. And you can see all of the important parts of women's pole vaulting happen in that clip, which is probably, it might have been that clip because it's such an important demonstration of pole vaulting. But the other clip I showed, and I think it was this one, but I didn't wait for the video to process to figure out, like, to file my counter notification because I knew it was bullshit anyway. I think it was actually the MMA, the man versus woman MMA clip that was playing on Twitter. I think that's what it was. But it's one of those two is who copyright claimed it. But then they released it. I sent my counter notification. I told them that they were wrong, that any reasonable view of this would find it to be fair use, and you could take your 40 seconds and shove a pole up your vault. So that's what I said. Okay. Jam on PB says, everyone please go support an independent film called Shelby Oaks on Kickstarter. It is a horror film about the paranormal paranoids every bit helps. So there you go. Shelby Oaks is on Kickstarter. If you guys are interested in that, go have fun. Go have fun. Ron Toye III says, "Hey Nick, Jack Murphy and I started dating, and Monica is allowing a polyamorous relationship. I am so happy. I love the feeling of a man caressing me." Oh, woo. Thank you. He also says, "Oh, I forgot to add a smiley face. Thinking of Murphy while writing. You join us in with the fun. Also, Nick, also, have you read my books I sent to you the past 3 years?" No, Ron, I didn't read any of them. Actually, I think I made fun of that emotional intelligence one you sent. Okay. Timothy Reaper says, "Did you see the new logo for the Australian Women's Network? I think the ladies are feeling lonely." Nope. What is that? Australian Women's Network. No, it isn't. They've already dropped it. This is real. They really made this. What's a mindset?
What's going on? What's got you now?
Someone just asked if I had seen the new logo for the Australian Women's Network.
Show me. I have to see this.
So I thought this is going to be a joke. This is real, and it has already been dropped.
Is it an eggplant? Oh no! Oh my God! Oh no!
Why would you do this? Why would anybody do this?
It's a lady penis. Oh. Oh man! Welcome to the show, guys. This is what happens when I get on. You get a lady boner. Holy!
The truth in that statement is terrifying. Oh my God! Thank you, Timothy Reaper, for that. Oh my goodness. God.
Sometimes these things just come at you, you know. Sometimes these things just keep coming.
I bet that one does. Fluffer Boy 2004 says, "Late and banned from classroom discussion." Perfect. And CL Hunter says, "Will you ever stop being a boomer?" No, it'll only get worse from here. So you know what we're going to talk about tonight, right?
You want to talk about what are you going to say? The anti-grooming bill?
Yeah.
That I've read on my channel now like 3 times. Every time I hear another idiot, make a statement that it has anything at all to do with anything about not saying gay, that literally language is not in there. The Ron Desantis response, which you've probably played, I'm sure.
No.
Oh, you haven't seen that one?
Nope.
A reporter confronts Ron DeSantis and is asking about the bill. And Ron DeSantis just said, "Did you read it? Where in the bill does it say that? Tell me what it says in the bill." And they could not say anything because they didn't fucking read it at all. They didn't read it.
That's
they didn't
embarrassing.
Read it. Yeah.
It's the shortest bill I've ever seen. It's 7 pages and 3 of them don't even matter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
And it's all about stuff that you'd want, it's like you'd want your teachers to be telling the parents about the types of things that they really are primarily concerned about, which is physical, emotional, and mental impacts. But the truth of the matter is that parents are now teachers are withholding information from the parents because they're afraid of the parents' reactions.
Right. Oh yeah. They're terrified of any of this stuff. And the other thing they don't want, and this is part of it, they don't want, how do I word this? The schools
carefully.
The schools do not want to admit that they have teachers and guidance counselors who will counsel children towards alternative sexual orientations or lifestyle choices or whatever you want to do. And it's such a weird thing to say because I'm not a full subscriber to like the born with it thing. I don't know, but I'll concede that there's some level of inherency in sexual preference. There's some level of it, right? Like, that's why I only like skinny chicks, for example.
Right.
So there's something.
Let's not turn this into a direct stream right now, Nick. Come on.
just being honest. No, there's something, right? So, okay. So our sexual preferences are in some way molded by something. I don't know if it's genetics or past or whatever. So I'll take that. However, there are people who want to prey on the identity confusion of children because there is no, to me, as when I think of like a young child, one, K through 3 especially, there is no identity, right? Like they're building that identity up at that time. And if you know kids up to the time that they're 8 and 9 years old, they really are starting to come into who they are. But to say that they have any idea of what they will be by the time they're rounded out as an adult is ludicrous. And then when you get into the teenage years, just shortly after that, kids almost universally go through some sort of identity crisis because that's them becoming conscious of the fact that an identity is something that exists and that they will have it, and then not knowing what that is because it's never been conceptualized for them before. It's almost a transition from concrete into less concrete thinking and approaches to the world. And as they do that, their brain goes through their own internal sort of analysis and crisis and goes, I don't know who I am. And kids, pop around to different social groups, take on different hobbies, get new interests, and everything changes around that time. It's when I went from being a Chad to being late and gay. Right then.
Well, hold on.
I was big and muscly. I doubt it. I was like 6'8", and I had big muscles. And then I turned 13 and I shriveled up and I became a noodly armed piece of garbage. It's what happens.
That's what happens to everybody. It's what happens to everybody. Except I only dropped like 2 inches off of that. But yeah, close enough.
But no. So that's the issue with the bill, is that the schools and the proponents of this bill, they can't talk about it without going through the admission that there's a bunch of people who demand this discussion be given to these kids at these young ages. Right. And that's why I'm actually starting to enjoy the conversation about it. I kind of avoided it at first, but now it's funnier.
Well, there's two dangerous underlying presumptions. And, we have presumptions in law, like presumption of innocence. Like everybody knows presumption of innocence, it's why we cover court cases, because it exists, right? But there's two underlying presumptions about this that I find extremely problematic. The first one is that, like you said, the presumption of confusion, that anytime a child is confused, that means it is a gender identity issue. So anytime they have any confusion, it automatically defaults to they are gender confused. Automatically defaults to that.
Insane. Because like I played Magic the Gathering when I was 15. That is gender confusion. Yeah. No, I retract everything.
I thought I was Urza. I was
that statement backfired on me hard. So Vito, by the way, is in the chat. Hi, Vito. The best part about this is that Vito is someone who has to take his opinions from experts on issues, and he proudly does so. Vito, you've got 2 of them. So go ahead and take notes, buddy. We're going to tell you all about the bill.
Take your shot.
We'll tell you exactly how it works. But yeah, so we're going to talk about it, and I'm going to do it in the most painstaking and horrible way to do these things. We're going to watch at least one YouTuber's video about it and talk about what their opinion is. And we might do 2, and the second one might be Vito's, but I don't know if we're going to get around to Vito's. It depends on how long this other one takes.
I've got about an hour before I have to go. So just heads up.
Let me hit through this real quick, and then we'll jump right in the first one. Frisky Django says, if your son gives you a hug and kiss coupon for Father's Day and you put it in your wallet, and then a homeless man steals your wallet, Does your kid legally have to give the homeless man a hug and a kiss when he shows up? It depends on the language of the coupon. Is this a bearer coupon?
Why is your kid around homeless men again? Like, we established this.
No. The homeless guy stole your wallet that had the coupon in it. And then the homeless guy shows up to collect. He's like, well, I got this hug and kiss coupon. Here I am.
I think you're statutorily obligated.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is this a note? I mean,
it's a security.
Security.
It's commercial paper.
This is a Brick Zero says, long mind-numbing bike ride home from work, was beelining for a restaurant to get some Japanese curry. Oh, if I turn here, it'll get me home. Damn it, curry. Then I hear you in my head. Damn it. I chuckled. Oh, okay, man. Well, I'm glad you chuckled. Sandy Karavichus, for those of you who missed Twitch, Nick is transformed as Jack Murphy character into Ethan Ralph, and he fights with an armored gun and a bad dragon hammer. Come hang out, twitch.tv/Arcade of Law. True story. See, Goody, how can we make it more racist? Have it take place during a stage 4 chimp out at Popeyes. Ooh, that would do it. Drew Jumpman Gillett says, what's the over-under tonight on the number of loved ones inexplicably dying and Nick has to toast to their honor for some reason? I have no idea. Only reality will tell. Blaine Storm, update since my last email. Lawyer I retained backed out. They think we're going to be looking at arbitration. Interviewed 2 other lawyers today who they referred. Could be a battle. Help welcome. Give Send Go / Blaine versus Amazon. So there you go, guys. Yeah. Amazon has binding arbitration in a lot of their service agreements. So you will likely have to go to it. Legal Mindset read that one from that guy, that idiot. Spy 721 says, I used to watch Just Some Guy. Then he went on this little show called Flashcast and was thoroughly thrashed by some big-nosed lawyer. He made a response video, which was then dismantled by Mr. Nose. Why do you break things? Look, I don't try to. I just calls it like I sees it. And that looked like a communist. Smelled like a communist. Sounded like a communist. So I called him a communist and his brain ignited. Razor39T says, check out Austin Independent School District on Twitter. Elementary schools having Pride Week and parades in school. Libs of TikTok on Twitter. They also had conversation circles where they asked students not to share discussions from the circle with anyone. And Vito, I'll give him because God, you're so poor. He only sent $2. He says, outlaw heterosexuality, death penalty. Well, I mean, I guess if that's how you want to take it, Vito, at least you'll still be here. Okay. Let's do this. I've got this video queued up somewhere, don't I? I might just be thinking that I do. Here we go. Right here. Now, are you familiar at all with Just Some Guy?
No, not at all. So I'm not familiar with Just Some Guy. I'm very familiar with the bill, not with Just Some Guy.
Okay, well, he has a 7-minute video about this bill. I have, in full disclosure, I have not watched this video. This is a matter of first impression for both of us. So that'll be interesting. And I have an idea of what his take is going to be because I've read his Twitter. But I don't know what he actually says in this video.
And I've covered the Disney thing because they did end up, I mean, just as like, I'm reading this title screen here. They did end up coming out and Bob Chapek and did end up making a statement. So
what was the statement? Oh, he condemned the bill,
his statement. Well, yeah, condemned it. And he said, we're going to protect LGBT employees and this discriminates against our employees and yada, yada.
How?
Yeah, exactly. That was my response.
Are your employees elementary school students?
And exactly. And I thought Disney wasn't going to make political statements. I thought they told their employees not to do that. I thought they weren't going to go there. I thought they were going to court middle America again and try to bring conservatives back in the fold. They're clearly fucking up. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, the shame industrial complex, which by the way is going in the wrong direction. If you want to shame me out of being fat and into a gym. Don't like, why are you shaming Disney? What a waste of time. Okay, here we go. So let's see. So this is before, but I think he'll have something to say about the bill in his video if I had to guess. So here we go. Play the fucking video, you stupid computer. Right from the premise. There we go. Okay.
Very breaded.
Right from
Very breaded.
No, the interesting thing about this guy is he's like anti-woke. Allegedly. But like all of his takes lately are full on woke. So oh, there's no sound. God damn it. All right. Let me go back all the 5 seconds we got into it. Here we go.
Oh, look.
All right, there we go.
The gay and transgender community discovered that Disney doesn't actually care about them. This your first time?
Oh, okay.
Disney recently found itself taking heat over Florida's Don't Say Gay bill, not because Disney publicly supported the bill, but because they didn't say anything about it. This
If you want me to pause, just say something. By the way,
I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I was
Yeah,
just giving
yeah.
a what's up. I saw Drex in the chat. So what's up, Drex?
Oh no. Drex, get out. We're saying racist stuff. You got to leave.
all began following an internal memo Disney CEO Bob Chapek sent to his employees after the bill's passing. In the memo, Chapek stated that the company has, quote, unwavering commitment to the LGBTQ plus community. The problem is that Disney has donated millions of dollars to the very people who wrote and supported the bill. According to Politico, quote, Disney donated some $4.8 million to Florida candidates in the 2020 election cycle, campaign finance reports show. Disney, during the 2020 election cycle, donated $913,000 to the Republican Party of Florida and another $586,000 to GOP Senate campaigns, reports show. The company also donated $313,000 to the Florida Democratic Party and $50,000 directly to Desantis.
Let's really quickly address that. Florida has a strong majority of Republicans in office. And if you're a major corporation, one of the things you tend to do is max out contributions to the likely victors of lots of campaigns. And so this breakdown makes a lot of sense when you look at it from the perspective of who's going to win, who do we need to be in the good graces of, and here's our donating strategy from our home state perspective. So giving the majority of their money to Republicans in Florida makes sense because they're the ones most likely to win. And then they're also giving a pretty proportional amount of money to Democrats. They're probably just capping out donations to all of the major runners in these elections.
And on top of that, so I actually lived in Orlando. People don't know this. I lived in Orlando for 6 years. I represented Universal. I represented some Disney affiliated entities, but not Disney directly. But, you know, I'm well aware that they support all the local politicians, regardless of whether they're Republican, Democrat. They're giving as much money to them as possible in order to, you know, gain and charter influence with them to kind of influence policy. For example, there's a big political football here about them tying in with the Bright Line, which is going to be the not high speed, but it's kind of like medium speed rail that's going to be between Miami and Orlando. It's going to be very convenient for tourism, but they want a rail spur that's going over to Disney Springs, still hasn't been approved. But once again, you have to get everybody, Republicans and Democrats, on board when you want to do something like that. So you are paying money to everybody. You don't have the ability to say, we're just going to stop giving money to Republicans. That simply will not work in the state of Florida.
Yep. And it's very customary for large organizations to donate both sides of the aisle, especially in their home state. That's what they do. Some people see it as buy-offs. Other people just see it as they're supporting political campaigns and allowing things to flesh out, but it happens all the time. You'll find Microsoft and Apple do the same thing. Everybody does this.
This got Disney's gay employees all in a tizzy. But why? Disney is a business. They have several theme parks in Florida that rake in hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and they would like to keep most of that money, meaning they want tax breaks and fewer regulations so they can pocket more cash. Who controls that? The state legislature.
There you go.
Which party runs Florida's legislature? The Republicans. Ergo, vis-a-vis, concordantly, Disney donates to Republicans. Not because they're anti-gay, that's incidental, but because they're the ones in power.
That's incidental. So the presumption, by the way, in case anybody missed that, the presumption is that the Republican Party of Florida is anti-gay, specifically. So he's right on his take there, but he just cannot get over this idea that Republicans are anti-gay, despite no major evidence of that in recent history.
Particularly Florida Republicans, because you got to remember there are significant LGBTQ populations in Miami-Dade County, in Orange County, in Tampa. I mean, these are large communities that have been there for a while, and they really, we don't have any problems in Florida with this. Growing up, it's not like people are running around, committing gay hate crimes. These things don't happen in the state at large. They really don't.
Except for Pulse nightclub, which appears to have been.
Well, that was a single incident. We can go into the demented mind of that single individual, which I don't think that's a systemic. I would never say that Pulse nightclub is a systemic thing. And to assert that, I think is wrong.
And I was going to follow up with that, but mass shootings are always particularized, individualized events. They're not even really comparable to each other because the motivations to commit that type of crime are combined, usually with some level of batshit lunacy that has to be taking place. So, but I would be remiss if we didn't mention that with talking about anti-LGBT hate crimes that happen. So I just wanted to point that out before we got accused of missing it. So here we go.
If you go to California, where Disney has its headquarters and additional theme parks, you'll find the same thing. Democrats run that state, ergo, vis-a-vis concordantly, Disney donates to Democrats. Not because they're pro-gay, that's also incidental, but because they're the ones in power. Disney does not care about the LGBTQ MNOP plus asterisk hashtag up, down, left, right, hold, A, press, start community. Disney cares about money. Morality and ethics have nothing to do with this. This is pure 100% grade A, uncut free market capitalism, baby. I mean,
this is actually the opposite of free market capitalism. And this is where just some guy and I have rubbed elbows in the past. He does not understand what capitalism is and where corporatism has taken over. And in many cases, you could call it communism, because when the state owns the businesses also contribute heavily to the state as well. But this is encouraging corporate private partnerships or corporate public partnerships that are the antithesis of free market capitalism. Disney's trying to protect its egg with the legal hammer.
Right. It's a controlled market.
Exactly.
This is the same company that think the Chinese province that runs concentration camps. I will repeat that because it's so crazy you think I'm lying, but I'm not. Disney filmed part of Mulan in the Chinese province where they have concentration camps for Uyghur Muslims. Disney knew about the camps, but still filmed there and then thanked the province in the credits. Disney thanked the people running concentration camps, and you're shocked that they donate to homophobic Republicans. Excuse me, that was redundant. Republicans. Disney is a business. They care.
Yeah,
I see it, Nick. I see it. It's like so clear because he can't help himself. He's like, so
he can't do it.
Some Republican hurt him some way, somehow. It's like, who hurt you? What where did DeSantis touch you on the doll? You know what I mean? It's something happened to him. He had some experience where he thinks everybody who carries an R is like that. And it's simply not the same way. Same thing as everybody who carries a D isn't necessarily like AOC or Pelosi necessarily.
Yeah. Well, it's nonsense. I mean, it's just, especially today, it's flat out nonsense. Right. You could maybe make the case back in like the 60s that this was true, maybe even into some of the 80s. But then as things progress through the 90s, mid 2000s, you're going to find it's largely a generational issue more than a party issue.
Yes.
Similar to racism, frankly.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
More about money than people, especially you. But as usual, the alphabet people weren't having it. So some of them from Pixar wrote a statement calling out Disney for its hypocrisy, noting that, quote, following the siege on the Capitol in 2021, Disney stopped all political donations to members of Congress who had objected to the presidential election results. In 2016, Disney told the state of Georgia, we will plan to take our business elsewhere should any legislation allowing discriminatory practices be signed into law in response to the controversial religious liberty bill.
They have not. They still film in Atlanta, Georgia. Nobody's moving out of Atlanta, Georgia, because Atlanta, Georgia is the most competitive market right now for filming. And the tax incentives and breaks they offer are too sweet of a deal for them to go anywhere else. It's all literally puffery. They say we're threatening to do it, but they don't actually do it. They're still filming there. I have friends who serve as extras there, and they're still in films that are filmed in Atlanta, Georgia. So that's complete BS.
And let them try and leave Florida.
They won't ever.
You can't.
Nick, the laws that were written for the Reedy Creek Improvement District, their own little government that controls Disney World, they can build a nuclear reactor. Let me say that one more time. If they wanted to, there's nothing stopping them from building a nuclear reactor. It could be fission, fusion, whatever. They can make some stuff up. They could build a spaceport. They can do whatever they want because of the authority they got. They will never get that in any other state anywhere in the union.
And it would cost so many billions of dollars to get the mass of land that they would need in the proximity that they need it, and the permits and the construction to move Disney. It's unfathomable.
Larger than San Francisco. Disney World is larger in total volume than the entire city of San Francisco, the municipal limits of San Francisco, not the metro area, municipal limits. That's how big it is.
It's crazy. Crazy to think how big. And when I didn't know until I went there, it was like a couple of years right before COVID hit. We went, and it was like, this place is fucking huge. You're used to one theme park, not like 12, and they're all
hotels.
Big.
And twice the amount of hotels. You know, it's like however many theme parks there are, there's like four times the amount of hotels. Plus, they have a lot of conservation land. They have undeveloped land there. There's a lot of stuff that's just sitting around in Disney, and it's all owned by them. They're even developing more right now, building out more, which will be interesting where they go with that.
Okay. What?
But yes, guys, I'm just saying Florida is indeed
tell
the
her
shit.
to go to bed. And if she doesn't, I'll have to come yell at her. Oh my goodness.
You good? You good, Nick?
Yeah, just siblings. The one of the sisters is bothering the other two. So that's how they roll. Okay, back into it.
This was an anti-gay bill that allowed religious groups to discriminate against gay people in response to the Supreme Court's gay marriage ruling. The employee's point is that Disney's statements had an effect, which was apparently a reference.
But allowed religious groups to discriminate against gay people. Yeah, what they said was that basically religions would not be forced to hire upper level staff and clergy specifically who violated the core principles of the religion, which would be that if you're like a conservative Christian sect of some sort, and you say, we believe that the Bible is marriage between man and woman, that you could not be forced to hire a pastor who is married to a man, for example, a male pastor who is married to a man, or a female pastor who's married to a woman. That was the anti-gay bill that was established there.
That's so crazy, Nick. Oh my gosh, it's so crazy that they're. I know
it's massively hateful, apparently. Oh, also it said in the bill you could literally kill them. That was true, but the rest of it was fine. So here we go.
So the Georgia governor vetoing the bill after it passed the state legislature. Of course, Florida's governor has already come out as a bigoted asshole, and he supports the Don't Say Gay bill. And Chapek already stated that Disney spoke with Goober this.
What? Talk fast. I'll be right back.
Okay, all right, guys. So let's talk about how DeSantis is not a bigoted asshole. There's so many people, guys, within the Republican Party of Florida that are absolutely gay. I actually know I know several members of like the Republican Party when I was in Orlando that were gay. One thing they kind of suppress is the fact that there's tons of members like young Republicans, young conservatives who are gay, but they hate. I think they'll even call them like log cabin Republicans. I think it's some coveted. I have to look that up. I think it's like a reference to the fact that that Lincoln might have been in the. Let's see, what is it? I have to look this thing up right now. I forget what it's a reference to, but anyways, Yeah, the point of the matter is, it defeats the whole narrative, right? There are LGBTQ Republicans. Oh shit! Oh crazy day. And there's a good number of them. I do know a good number of them. Yeah. So, oh yeah, Spectre says it's based on the fact that people think Lincoln was in the closet. Yeah, sure. Who cares if Lincoln was in the closet? I mean, I don't really care if Lincoln was in the closet. I mean, have you seen the size of that stovetop hat? Seriously. Drex supporting Leah Thomas, Slay Queen. See, the problem with Drex, you degen supporting accelerationism. I mean, look, people say, oh, look, Leah did not win everything. Well, guess what? Leah went from like 432nd or 438th in men's, wouldn't even have qualified to the championship, to winning one NCAA event. She completely won, beat everybody in the country, best in the 500-yard freestyle, and then placed 8th in the 100-yard and 5th in another event. So the point is, went from super mediocre to absolutely the best. I'm talking about Leah Thomas.
I know. I can tell just by what's being said. It's an amazing. Did you see about the feminine penis today?
Oh my God. Yeah. And well, in the there was reports, she was reported to UPenn, the DA, the sheriff, everything, for swinging dong in the ladies' locker room, because a lot of
that's
the
what I'm
ladies
talking
weren't
about.
comfortable with that. Yeah.
Yes, the feminine penis is just out flopping around, no big deal.
Yeah.
During shower time or whatever, and the ladies are like, not so sure. By the way, Leah Thomas is still attracted to women.
Interesting. So there could be some lady boners going on.
Yep, possible to have a raging cock in the female swimming locker room. It's like
that's
every high
totally
school man's
not
dream.
going to end well. Yeah, that's totally not going to end well.
Literal movies written about this theme as Leah Thomas has pulled it off. No big deal. Emphasis on the pulling. Okay, back to this.
DeSantis in private, which apparently didn't work since he still supports the bill. So I don't know what else you think is going to happen. The Pixar employees also went on to say, quote, "We at Pixar have personally witnessed beautiful stories full of diverse characters come back from Disney corporate reviews, shaved down to crumbs of what they once were. Well, I've read some of your stories. Beautiful is the last word that comes to mind. That said, Disney probably does cut those characters because, as I just said, Disney likes money and gay characters don't sell. The majority of the world hates gay and trans people, as recently demonstrated by Florida's state Congress. A significant chunk of your fellow Americans think that if you so much as mention you exist to a kid, you'll infect them with the gay."
All right, there we go. Let's start with that. That's the first relevant point about the bill. So is that part of it? Legal mindset?
I was like trying to follow his point here for a second. Like, can you like?
First he said that the majority of the world hates gay people, which
full stop could be true because of the Islamic population, as well as a significant part of the Asian population. If you're talking about population of the world, raw population, India, China, Islamic population combined, yes, you might be true. However, here's the fun fact. None of these woke warriors are over here. I mean, even I'm in Asia. Like, I mean, it's not, they're not going to China. They're not going to India. They're not going to, where are they in Saudi Arabia? Where are they? They're nowhere. They're not out there on the front lines stopping that real hate. They're over here trying to perceive hate where it doesn't even exist.
Right, exactly. And that's very similar to the point I was going to make, that he might be right, that the majority of the world, by the numbers, may hate that. That says literally nothing about Florida or the Florida legislature, or particularly the Republicans in the Florida legislature who wrote this bill. This has nothing to do with hate unless you just presume it and then project that upon your political counter target. Mm-hmm. And that's seems to be what's happening here.
Well, and even worse, because guess what? They'll go out and simp for China. They'll buy Disney products when they're exporting the Uyghurs. And also they'll call Islamophobia at the drop of a hat, which just blows my mind. Like, how, I mean, number one, we're already about to start World War III, but you're out here calling Islamophobia when they are the ones that would be putting those people you're trying to protect on the wall.
Exactly. And okay, so his first point was, we're even mentioning gay to a child will turn them gay, which is,
that's
I
weird.
guess, what his perception is that if a kid hears the word gay, they'll be gay, is the perception of other people. It's not a very good point, but here we go. We'll go on and see if he discusses it more.
Yeah.
Disney likes money, and stories featuring gay or trans characters don't pull in a lot of money. So Disney's not likely to make movies about them. If they became profitable, then maybe Disney would, even if it pissed off the anti-gay right. Excuse me, that was redundant. The right. I mean, they sell pride products, which just incenses Christians, but it makes Disney money. So
Are Christians really mad about pride products at Disney? Does anybody care at all that
Well,
Disney
here's the
sells-
thing, Nick, most major Christian denominations are now pro-gay. I grew up Methodist, and I actually watched the church I went to in Florida, go from, generally we don't talk about it, maybe from anti to we don't talk about it to openly pro. So many Protestant denominations have transitioned, if you will, followed the times. So I would say that most Christians either are in support or don't care.
the Pope, the Pope of the Catholic Church is in support, I believe, right? And so it's hard to fathom, but largely on this thing, Disney selling pride merchandise, I think the general consensus you would get from even the most conservative Christian would be like, well, there they go pandering, I guess. That would be
like they pander to every other single group. They pander to anybody. They will sell a magnet. First of all, those magnets are a freaking ripoff. It's like $20 for a piece of metal. It's ridiculous, but they'll sell it to whoever. they will literally shield themselves. You think your grift is good, Ricada? You ain't got nothing on Disney,
dude. I went there, and they have those pins. The
pins. The pins. They're crazy about the pins.
They got those pins everywhere.
$1 or less to make.
Oh, I know. And my wife and kids are all like, oh, pins, more pins. We're stopping at every pin shop. They're like, I don't have this one. I don't have that one. I can trade with Disney employees. I'm like, what? No, stop. This costs more than dinner. This is insane.
You're drinking the Kool-Aid. You get addicted to it. You join the club. You put on the ears, right? Then you need another pair of ears, and you need the rose gold pair. Then you need the special pair, and all of a sudden you've got 100 of those stupid little ear hats in your house.
Dude, it's crazy.
So they don't care.
They've even got super gay representation happening down here in the bottom left. I just noticed what was going on down there.
Who's Han and who's Chewie?
Oh, they're actually holding hands. I didn't notice.
Yeah, in front of the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, yes. That's good. I can't do it.
Yeah. However, the complaints had the desired effect. Bob Chapek released a statement opposing the legislation, stating, quote, "Speaking to you, reading your messages, and meeting with you have helped me understand how painful our silence was. It is clear that this is not just an issue about a bill in Florida, but instead yet another challenge to basic human rights. You needed me to be a stronger ally in the fight for equal rights, and I let you down. I am sorry. Starting immediately, we are increasing our support for advocacy groups to combat similar legislation in other states. We are hard at work creating a new framework for our political giving that will ensure our advocacy better reflects our values."
Can we just stop and marvel for a second at how the left is demanding corporate control over government, or corporate influence over government? Something that the left has been so firmly against for the past, 12 decades, that they're now like, no, we want corporate power and influence over our government. We want our corporations to be instrumental in dictating law to the legislature of our government. It's amazing.
It's funny. They're just showing how they really are valueless people that will follow whatever the horde, the Zerg, whatever it is. They'll just follow them in, no matter what the belief is. As long as the other team lose, we win. They've totally perverted all the beliefs that I thought they stood for. When I was younger growing up, like anti-war, anti-corporatism, that's out the window. All of those things.
Yep, they're full on
censorship
into it.
Censorship, that's completely out.
They're slavishly committed to right now to the profiteering aspects of war. It's horrifying to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
And today, we are pausing all political donations in the state of Florida pending this review. but I know there is so much more work to be done. I am committed to this work, and
They've already made their 2022 donations, I'm guessing, but maybe not.
to you all, and will continue to engage with the LGBTQ plus community so that I may become a better ally. I see Chapek graduated from the Vatican School of Optics. We're sorry we got caught protecting douchebags. We'll pretend to do better until you stop looking. He also tried to donate $5 million to the Human Rights Campaign, a gay rights organization, but they turned down the cash, saying, quote, "The Human Rights Campaign will not accept this money from Disney until we see them build on their public commitment and work with LGBTQ plus advocates to ensure that dangerous proposals like Florida's Don't Say Gay or Trans bill don't become dangerous laws."
I want to point out that just some guy here has never called it the Don't Say Gay or Trans bill. So we can only infer from that, using his logic, that he is only in support of gay people and is fully opposed to trans people. Which as a gay person, I'm not surprised by at all. Not me being gay, by the way, him being gay.
Oh, I thought you were claiming super straight status to get into the plus category.
No, I'm definitely gay. I'm every night late and gay.
Every night. Yes, every night.
But just some guy is also gay or bi, one of those two. But I've never seen him say the Don't Say Gay or Trans bill. He just leaves that out of there. I don't know why. Very, very, very bigoted of him.
I also see that no faux good deed goes unpunished. Of course, the right claims Chapek bent the knee in opposition to their righteous homophobia. But no, he didn't. He's pretending to bend the knee, now that his public statement will have zero effect. He's not even trying to play both sides. He's just trying to hide that he doesn't care about either side, that he, in typical Disney fashion, just wants your money. Disney is so bereft of decency, so money-grubbing, that other self-indulgent amoral capitalists see Disney and go, dude, tone it down. Disney is so corrupt that there's no level of depravity they wouldn't condone or ignore, like concentration camps. Nothing you say about Disney will ever shock me unless you tell me that the people running it have souls. So no, Disney didn't remain silent because they want to groom kids by admitting gay people exist, or because they want to bring back the original Burning Man. They remained silent because they care more about money than people. If you want proof, just remember, they thanked a concentration camp. Maybe all of you should stop trying to suckle Disney's frozen dick. But
okay. Largely good conclusion. Give him props.
And fun fact, this is, to add on to that a little bit, if you want to know how soulless Disney is, this is a fun story. There's never any deaths in Disney World, Reedy Creek Improvement District, because they will wait until that ambulance crosses the line into Orange County to pronounce anyone dead. They will not make that declaration within the Reedy Creek Improvement District because nobody dies at Disney, guys. There's even a story back in the day about a guy who allegedly, this is not proven, Disney, don't come at me, bro. Allegedly, there's a story in a book somewhere about about back in the day when they held the body under the water of Bay Lake for a period of time to bring it out at night because the death happened during the day. It was in the water. They didn't want anybody to see. So they held it under the water. They weighed it down, brought it up at night under the cover of darkness and got it out and then declared him dead. Just because they did not want it to be declared that way. So yes, I will believe everything you say about them because they are ruthless. And having negotiated at the other side of the table with their lawyers, they lie and lie and lie and lie. They don't care at all. And if you want to fight them in court, they have lawyers in every jurisdiction. They will spend an unlimited amount of money. They will bury you.
Yeah, they're notorious for it. They're notorious for their. In fact, copyright law is so dramatically changed in the United States from its original drafting because of Disney. Giant piles of garbage, and just because they must protect the mouse. And we're actually coming up on those first Disney cartoons being in the public domain space. It's really interesting. It'll be really interesting to see how they try and fix that.
Even with the extension, right? Even with the extension, because they already got it extended. Yeah. So
Twice.
The question is, do they get a new one?
Yeah.
I don't know. If they're not funding Republicans, maybe it's not looking so good for the mouse anymore.
That would be, they need to stop anyway. Like they really need to stop extending copyright protection for Disney. It's ridiculous. Okay. So that is just some guy's video, largely not about the bill specifically, just as some pot shots at the bill. Most of his discussions have been on Twitter. And if you guys want to see more, I mean, they're fairly embarrassing. But we do have a second We do have a second video to watch here.
Well, Nick, if you took that video and you remade the video and you took out his clear thought that Republicans were all anti-gay and that Republicans were all biased and they're all homophobes, if you took that information out and you left a lot of the factual information, that could have been a pretty good, pretty neutral video. If you took that out, if you removed that from it.
Yeah, and that's why I think just some guy was as popular as he is or was, because he used to be able to do that. But lately his content has been so thoroughly anti-right that it's like, dude, you have a deep-seated issue here, unless you admit it, but he doesn't. He claims to be just completely neutral. But it was pretty strong in that video. But what was missing from that, of course, was the bill. And what was present in there heavily were two major presumptions. One, that the Don't Say Gay bill actually has anything to do with saying gay at all. And two, that the Florida Republicans and Republicans in general literally hate gay people, which is frankly, it's just crazy town.
So wrong. I mean, anybody who's been to Florida, that's only somebody who doesn't live in Florida would think that. And you notice a lot of these critiques are coming from people who do not live in the state. That's another big one, is that these are New Yorkers, Californians, people who do not live in the state, criticizing the state. And by the way, these are the same people like AOC and Nancy Pelosi that will visit or buy property in the state. So they'll come and they'll say something, they'll be quippy, but they own property there. Chapek owns property in Florida. So not just Disney, personal property. So
right. Okay. Speaking of informed opinions from California, we have Vito's video. This is his thing, Vito, professional idiot. Again, I don't know if Vito's still in the chat, but if he is, we'll see. This is a longer video, so I don't know if we'll get through all of it. But I know he has. I've only seen about a 15-20 second clip about this, and everything he said in that clip was wrong. So we'll see how the rest of the video is. Okay. Oh, I thought I had started it. My bad.
What's up, buddy? How you doing? I've got a quick proposal for you. Now, this is a sensitive topic. It's a topic that has a lot of charged emotions around it. But I think that we here on this channel can have a very respectful adult conversation about about these kinds of sensitive topics, where we land and how we feel about them. And I'm hoping rather than go, Vito, you're a woke SJW, I have to unsubscribe. I hope you're going to hear me out. Just hear me out. We might disagree. We might find some common ground, but we're talking about something. What are we talking about? Well, we're talking about this new Florida bill. Now, I'm not going to use this charged language, this Don't Say Gay bill. I'll call the bill.
You just did.
It is.
I'm just kidding.
The parental
rights and education.
I got a name here. The Parental Rights and Education Bill. Okay. Well, that sounds reasonable. I want parents to have rights. Of course, you should have the right to figure out what kind of education you want for your child.
Can we briefly discuss that? Because not only should you have the right to determine what education you want for your child, I will go so far as to say you have the absolute right to petition the state to educate your child in whatever way you want. And here's the caveat: even if it's bigoted and horrible.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because that's your freedom to teach your kids how you want, even horrible beliefs. Because guess what? Horrible beliefs are protected by our Constitution.
And the teacher is an agent of the state. And that agent of the state derives their ability, not their right. Their ability is borrowed from the right of the parent to educate the child. A rather sacred and protected right that they bring up their own upbringing, rooted in the foundations of this country, where schools were community at best, community schools, usually just individual families teaching themselves, maybe teaching a neighbor family or something like that if they needed to. That was all done locally at the localest of levels. And the government comes in later and borrows that right and says, we can do this, we can fund it, we can aggregate resources and help out in this way. And parents say, okay, now the school is permanently at the behest of the parents' rights. So this is a place where I will go so far as to say that, like the military, I do not believe that teachers teaching have a First Amendment right. I do not believe that, and I'm actually backed up on that because state agents do not have First Amendment protection while in the commission of their own duties. They just don't. They're the mouthpiece of the state, and they're not allowed that freedom. They don't get it. They get it off when they're out, when they're not teaching. They can say whatever they want. But when they're in the commission of their duties, they cannot. And they can be fired for using the wrong language, using the wrong things, and having the quote unquote wrong ideas.
And the easiest way to think about it, because I think people empathize with teachers too much, and especially since teachers are generally, let's say teachers are generally female, but you think of police officers as generally male. But just imagine if a police officer was doing the exact same thing as a teacher was, if they were enforcing laws based on religion, based on gender identity, if they were, enforcing those things, it is exactly, they are both agents of the state, a police officer and a teacher. Just because you don't conceptualize a teacher as the same way you conceptualize a police officer doesn't mean the law doesn't treat them equal or should treat them equally.
And if a teacher were to start affecting searches on students, they actually have to overcome Fourth Amendment issues. They get a little bit more leeway because of some bullshit from the Supreme Court, but it's
well,
still
that goes to like
there.
In loco parentis, right? Because like there is some like they're acting in the seats of the parents, so they have a little bit more rights, but they're still an arm of the state, regardless of whether they're sitting in that.
Their duty to educate and provide a safe environment provides them extra leverage over something like a warrant requirement, for example. They say they need to make sure a kid doesn't have a gun in a backpack, which is why it was so shocking that they didn't search Ethan Crumbley when they absolutely could have, without any issue at all, searched Ethan Crumbley.
Have they filed a civil suit there yet?
On that school? I don't know yet.
They should.
They really should. Yeah. Okay, back to Vito.
And maybe there are.
Wait, his resolution. I don't want. Look, chat. I never want to make Vito better looking. Well, no, we want to make Vito better looking, but clearer.
You need it. That did not do that much. I'm going to be honest with you, Nick. That was not that big of an improvement.
Here we go.
I'm doing it for the text, not for Vito.
Yes.
It's, if you say to the school, don't, teach my kid that black people have souls or something, we might go, well, unfortunately, our school, we treat everybody equally. Okay. And that's kind of what the hang up is here. Is that it's very tricky. How do we talk to kids about this idea of sexual orientation, gender identity?
Hey, here's a simple answer. You don't.
Yeah, you don't.
That's what the bill says. It says you don't. And that's what a lot of people would suggest is the simple and correct answer. And the reason is you do not want a 24-year-old liberal arts educated moron. And by the way, I went to a school that had a strong focus on education majors. And let me just suggest that you didn't want any of those people talking to your kids about sexuality in any way at all. Wow. Or anything, frankly.
And we've seen this through the pandemic. We've seen exposed how, there's a very strong liberal bias with these teachers to the point where they're pretty much, avowed Marxists, on the far end of the progressive spectrum.
Yeah, it's actually mortifying to know. But yeah, the simple answer is you don't. That's the way to solve this problem because it doesn't belong in a classroom at all. From the teacher, it does not belong in the classroom as a point of instruction, which is a key purpose or key point of the bill. But we'll go on.
Okay, and I know a lot of us want to go, well, let's just pretend it doesn't exist, but it could come up. I mean, as a kid, I knew kids who had two moms, two dads.
Notice that was you as a kid knowing people. That is not your teacher telling you about what kind of relationships exist and are valid. And you don't want them to because the teacher will get some wrong. Mm-hmm. They will miss some. There are all kinds of relationships that exist. Like, imagine opening the floodgates. Well, we got to talk about this one. Well, okay. Do we also then have to talk about cohabitation? Well, it's a viable strategy. No, stop it. Stop it. What about the Tinder relationship? Daddy always has a different girl.
Right, no, but you're right. But where does it stop? Right, when then all of a sudden the kids are asking in class, teacher, balls or no balls? Like, where does it stop? Like, where does the line stop? Because then you've got to go down every rabbit hole. You've got to go down everything. Anything they ask you is technically has to be fair game at that point, or you're not completely answering the kids' questions.
Little Jimmy, who's your dad? Leah Thomas. Okay.
And is it better for in the classroom to talk about, well, yeah, that's just some kids have 2 moms, 2 dads. It's not weird. Or do we have to hide it for some reason? Is there
No, you don't have to hide it, actually. What you just said, some kids have 2 moms, 2 dads. It's not weird. It's not an instruction. That's not teaching children about sexuality and gender identity.
some reason we can't talk about that with kids? With gender identity, it gets even more complicated. Can you tell kids, hey, by the way, if you want to be a girl, go nuts. If you want
No.
to be a guy, you can change.
No, you can't do that to kindergarten through 3rd graders. You can't do that. Because a teacher should never be doing that. That is not part of their job or the role of a teacher in any way, in any format.
Around it will. Okay, that's a little more complicated, I would even say. I would say
don't
that's
think
even more
so.
complicated than the sexual orientation stuff. But I'm going to say this is all very complicated. It is an important topic that we need to talk about. And I'm going to argue that we should talk about it. This should not be sensationalized. And both sides are sensationalizing. And let's be clear, both sides are trying to paint each other as bigots or whatever else, or sexual groomers. But we need to talk about this on a very real level. And I'm going to say that some of the rhetoric I'm seeing, I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's reasonable. I saw this tweet from a great colleague of mine, The Quartering, who says that Marvel says grooming kids from kindergarten to 3rd grade is a human right.
Okay, I'm gonna cut Vito off before he says anything because I know it'll make him annoyed. Mostly that's why. I'm going to go out on a limb and humbly suggest that grooming is a broad terminology, not terminology, a broad term that does not necessarily mean that teacher is preparing that particular child to have sex with that child.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Grooming as an individualized sexual component is actually a nouveau usage of the word grooming that has come about in recent years, and it was driven by the left.
Yeah, I mean, the basic definition
by the
is
Me Too community.
I mean, the basic definition is to prepare something, right? So you can be grooming someone for a certain line of thought without actually preparing them for that specific action. So it doesn't need to be sexual. You can just say, hey, I'm preparing you to discuss something. For example, if you're going to be talking about anatomy, maybe you might be talking about like the basics of the body and the basic body functions. You're preparing somebody, you're grooming them for that discussion. They were the ones who ended up sexualizing.
And I will say that in these contexts, Vito asserts that this is about sex specifically. I think this is much more about grooming children into the ideas of gender fluidity and of sexual identity preference or sexual orientation preference. That's my thoughts on how people are using grooming. I could be wrong. I'm not them. But I don't think that anybody thinks that a random teacher talking to a kid about gayness has anything to do with that teacher wanting to immediately have sex with that child. I think that it has a lot more to do with grooming them into an agenda, a specific idea about how sexuality and gender identity works. And that is the left version of that runs counter to a conservative viewpoint or a Christian viewpoint or something. I'm just going to guess that that's what most people mean because that's probably the more reasonable way to use it. And grooming is the proper word for that and always has been. Again, the Me Too movement really co-opted the word grooming because the Me Too movement wanted to try and explain how it was bad for a 40-year-old man to have sex with a 23-year-old model. And so they would say, well, he groomed her into having sex. And that that was the idea, was that he put her through coercion, through persuasion, into the mindset of a sexual relationship through coded language, through dog whistles. That's where that comes from. But grooming existed long before that and didn't always resort to sexual activity.
And I saw the best one in the chat. The best phrase, because I've heard this in the corporate context, is grooming the next CEO, grooming your successor, right? That's been used for years. You groom them, you train them, you build them up, you mentor them, right? And just in that way, you're exactly right, Nick. They're preparing their line of thought to accept that. And by the way, that line of thinking, that progressive woke line of thinking, is still a minority, not just in America, but in the world. That's a small, tiny fraction of people. So they're essentially radicalizing these children into a fringe ideology, which is particularly dangerous.
Right. And which is why there's such a backlash against it, is not just the right, by the way, but a large portion of Democrats. I won't say the left specifically, because when you get to like leftism and rightism, you get to the edges before you find the middle. And I will say that a large number of Democrats are not on board with quote unquote the agenda either.
Which is why they're losing elections, by the way, which is why, for example, the Virginia election, that turned a lot on education. And they found out that a lot of Democrats, that does not pull well with them. This is not something that, if I were somebody who's a politician, I would not dig my heels in on this issue.
Yeah, me either. Well, unless you're on the side of parents. That's where you dig your heels in.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, on the opposite, like opposed to it, yes, but not like pro grooming, we'll say.
And the real problem for a lot of the political problem with this bill for many people is that the overwhelming majority of this bill is so easy to agree with.
Yep.
Because of course a parent should know when their child has a healthcare change at their school. Like that seems like a foregone conclusion. And so then it's an easy to support bill, and you have to find this one particular issue and be aligned with it to find disagreement. Okay, here we go.
Grooming kids. This is okay. Let's do some definitions here. The idea of grooming. This whole video is getting demonetized for talking about this. But you know what? I'm not going to be one of these YouTubers. For this time, I'm not going to try to use secret code words or whatever else. Let's just talk about it for real. The idea of sexual grooming of a minor is the idea that you find a minor child and you are trying to somehow lead them down the path that they are open and willing to having sex with you. Maybe showing them pornography, leading them into situations where they take their clothes off. This is a very uncomfortable discussion. But let's be clear. Our nation's teachers are not trying to groom your kids into having sex. That has nothing to do with this bill. Yes, obviously there have been teachers who have found.
Thank you for saying that, Vito, before I could pause it. There are some teachers out there grooming your children to have sex. Obviously.
Absolutely. That's been proven. And of both genders, by the way, both genders.
Yeah. Heavily, I think, on the female teacher side, but probably mostly due to the overwhelming majority of teachers being female.
Correct.
Statistically, it would bear out that way. Vito, by the way, your inability to understand analogizing the grooming of a CEO as a traditional definition of what grooming means, and saying that that they're talking about grooming CEOs, like your inability to understand that distinction doesn't mean that anyone lost the debate. It means that you're just retarded. Here we go.
I'm out to have, horrible predilections and prey on children. Sure. But for the most part, the education apparatus as a whole, okay, people aren't joining the educational system. The majority of people aren't joining it out of some sick desire to pervert your kids and make love to them. It's just this. So to say this is
okay. Vito wants on.
Well, that's cool. I've got to bounce in like another 15 minutes. So if you want, I can tag out and you can do the debate here. That's cool with me.
Here, I'll send it to him. Okay. Oh, no results for Vito. Hold on. Oh yeah, damn it. Here, I'll send you, Vito, the
The chat is
here's your link. You can come in and shoot your shot for just a minute. Until he gets here, we'll go through a little bit more of this video.
Yeah.
Again, so what he's mad about is that Marvel Disney has come out and said, we do not support this bill. And we'll talk about the bill in a second. But I do want to say this is
Just
something
audio right
that
now, Nick, right?
That was quick. Here we go. What was that?
No, go ahead.
Vito's here. So
Right, let's do it.
Vito, welcome to the stream.
Nick, how you been? Legal Mindset, good to see you. Of course, my two favorite fake lawyers here, giving the wrong ideas and the wrong opinions here on the internet. I gotta take issue with one thing that was just said. Do you truly believe that when people are saying these guys are just a bunch of perverted groomers, you mean they're grooming them intellectually? They're perverted intellectual groomers. That's what they really mean.
I mean that they're grooming children into the idea. This is what I think, that they're grooming children into this sort of concept about sexual identity and gender identity that is what many would consider to be atypical.
Can you think of perhaps a better word that you could use? Because there is the concept of sexual grooming, which has a very different definition of what's going on.
Yeah, you say
here.
Sexual grooming when you mean sexual grooming.
What's a better word?
But if we're having,
what's a better word?
I'll give you a great word: indoctrination. Okay. How about that word? Now, that word has no ridiculous assertions and associations, but clearly a word like grooming has been chosen to cast the people who are opponents of this bill as sexual deviants and pedophiles, as is a very common refrain of this bill. Do you not see this discussion taking place? Do you not see that being leveled at the people who are opponents of this bill, that you must be pedophiles, you must want to have sex with children? Because I'm seeing a lot of that coming my way.
Well, to be fair, you've been.
Well, I want to hurt children, but
bill.
that's a whole different thing. I only want to hurt them.
I'm just saying
I hate them.
I'm not saying you want to harm children. I'm saying the accusations of pedophilia for you go back to the cutie stuff.
Oh, that kid was asking for it. Look, the point is, Nick, that this is a very polarized discussion and people are using very ridiculous language. I think it is ridiculous. It is immoral and it is dishonest to say that this is an anti-grooming bill, especially if all you mean is, well, I mean, they're grooming them to believe certain things. Well, then that's true of, then all teachers are groomers. Teachers exist to get your kids to believe certain concepts. The 1 + 1 is 2. Is it grooming them into a lifestyle of mathematics when you teach them that? No. So don't use a word like grooming. Say indoctrination.
That's
a perfectly
wildly
reasonable
different
word. Okay, so when... Are they grooming our kids when they make them say the Pledge of Allegiance? Is that grooming?
Well, you're not required to say it, so
yeah.
But they play it. Okay, so them playing it for them. But let's say if they were forced to say it, we would call them patriotic groomers. No, I'm asking, what would you call them if it was mandatory? Would you use the term groomer?
I don't think so.
Why not? What's the difference? Why does the word groomer work here, but not in any other subject that is being taught of an ideological nature?
Well, it's not any other subject. Other subjects would be appropriate to use the word groomer on.
Like?
Well, we mentioned before, which you took issue with, was the idea of bringing. So the idea of grooming is the idea of bringing in a successor, right? Like that's the kind of traditional understanding of grooming, with grooming a CEO, grooming someone for court, grooming someone for whatever, was to the book of Proverbs is a book about grooming the upper class of ancient Jewish society. It's because Proverbs was written to the young men who would be in the Jewish aristocracy, for example. So the idea of grooming involves bringing people into this next generation of a thing, and it's typically a thing that is more exclusive rather than broad. For example, like if you're grooming an executive, grooming someone to take over a company, that's an exclusive position. Grooming is bringing people into that, I think, rather than grooming someone to be normal isn't grooming.
If I saw you yelling at your kid and I said Nick Rekieta molests his kids, you would take offense to that, even though the word molest can mean to hassle or annoy. Okay, and that's why these people are coming out. They know what they're doing. They're not using the word groomer because they're like, no, like grooming them in a little. It's a very clear charged word. It's trying
Vito,
to get people
it is a
frothing
charged word.
mad. Yes,
Vito,
it's wrong to use it, and it's not. If you don't want people to call the bill the "Don't Say Gay" bill, you can't turn around and say it's an anti-grooming bill.
There's the problem. There's the problem, Vito. There's the problem.
What's the problem?
See, grooming has a plausible definition, has a plausible alternative definition. Don't Say Gay is factually incorrect. It's fact. If you can point to me in that bill,
I could say that all the guys who put this bill together, they're trying to rape kids, right? Because rape could have the meaning of, well, not rape them like physical rape, but like rape their education, rape their minds. Again, you can't just pick the most salacious word and not expect people to go, oh my God, it's a bill about sexual identity, sexual orientation, and it's a grooming bill. What? No one's going to make that connection that it's talking about sexual grooming. This is an incredibly disingenuous use of language. It's incredibly dishonest.
Is it disingenuous?
You guys aren't using it, but I think that these people out here, your colleagues who are calling it anti-grooming bill, know what they're doing. They're trying to create an emotional reaction around it, and we can't have a real conversation if people are just going to play those games.
Yeah,
I think that's
on one level. I almost agree with you, but then I come back to the idea that this is a sexual related subject. It's about sexual identity and sexual orientation. And so therefore, if you're going to claim that, well, grooming is only for sexual stuff, well, yeah, then maybe it is the appropriate salacious term for it.
What if this bill was about biological sex? Would that be okay to call it a grooming bill? If we're talking about again, it's
a different hypo. It's a different hypo.
But I'm saying the word
what do you
sex,
mean?
I'm saying the word sex does not infer sexual acts in the way that.
Okay, but we're not talking about the word sex. We're talking about sexual orientation.
We're talking about the word grooming, and the word grooming very clearly refers to sexual acts. The idea of grooming someone for sexual acts. If we're talking about sexual grooming,
on one hand, that's the idea.
Telling
isn't it?
kids about sexual orientation. Do you think kids? Wait. No, go do that thought. What are you trying to say?
But okay, so there's a distinction between grooming kids for I will groom so-and-so for a sexual relationship, right? And
sure.
The idea that they're being groomed into a particular line of sexual thought or understanding, right? Like that, for example, let's eliminate the LGBT issue. Let's go with traditional abstinence versus promiscuity. And the idea that you would be grooming someone into a life of promiscuity by saying, oh, there's free love, sex isn't that dangerous, contraception is readily available. For example, these would have been the ideas of, say, 30 years ago versus today's conversation. But changing this to an idea of promiscuity is that it is sexually related.
Is that sexual grooming? You're asking?
I think yes.
Well, but you're talking about sex. You're talking about free love. You're talking about intercourse, it sounds like.
You're talking about the nature of relationships and trying to influence how someone should perceive their own sexuality in their relationships, right?
If somebody...
What is proper?
Let's say somebody...
Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that?
Which part? In what they are attempting to do?
Were you listening or just waiting for a chance to reply?
I was waiting for a chance to reply.
Okay, never mind.
What you're saying makes no sense to me. Here's the thing, Nick. Let's say that you got your kid in a suit and you taught him all the right things and got him prepared for a great career in the world. And I said, Nick is a great groomer of children. Would you take issue with that label?
I would probably ignore you.
Yeah, but you would understand that is an improper way to apply that word.
I mean, it wouldn't be correct.
And it's not correct here. It's not correct to call the opponents of this bill groomers. No one is trying to
why get so upset about it then? I mean, if people misuse words all the time. People misuse words all the time. So why don't
okay, so if I came in here and said you guys are pedophiles, you wouldn't get upset about it because people misuse words all the time. Because it's an incorrect word. Groomer is a specific allegation. You are accusing people. It is very specific. You are accusing
show me the crime of grooming versus the crime of pedophilia. Show me that. Vito.
Do they not have
show,
law?
show me the statutes. Show me the statutes.
Do they not have
convicted of
sexual grooming laws on the books anywhere? I'm pretty sure some exist.
Not labeled grooming. Not labeled grooming.
What are they labeled?
Yes.
What are they called?
Have to be something else. Some other sort of self-dereliction.
Dereliction of a minor.
Criminal sexual misconduct or something.
Okay,
like
okay.
That.
So pedophile.
Corruption.
You're right. You're right. Pedophile is more of a legal term. So if I came in and called you guys kid fuckers, that would be okay because it's not a legal term. You know, you can't define kid fucker. So you two kid fuckers are fine. And you know, and then you can call everybody groomer, and this is all how language should be used, especially when talking about a very important topic like a bill that will affect millions of children. We should absolutely label its opponents as
actually, if the bill works, it won't affect
pedophiles.
any children. That's the best part.
I think it will.
How?
I think kids will lose out on some very simple. Well, what do you want the bill?
No. Finish the thought.
What do you think
on?
They're getting now? They're going to lose.
Well, it says that any instruction on the topic of sexual orientation is potentially illegal,
and that is the ages of what?
Or
if it is determined to be inappropriate by age. Yes.
No. By age according to state standards.
Yes.
Okay, so it will never apply to anyone over third grade.
Until there's a state standard on it, no.
So wait, but I'm saying this bill that says, or if it's age inappropriate, that's
actually an exception. No, Vito, that would allow them to teach a child underneath third grade that information because that's an exception.
Fantastic.
That's saying if it is age appropriate, they could teach a kid in third grade about that.
In accordance with state standards.
Without a strict definition of what instruction on the topic of sexual orientation.
How many times does instruction appear in the Florida Education Code?
523.
Probably more, actually.
No, I counted, Dick.
No, you didn't. Instruction
I counted each one.
Is not an ambiguous term to anybody except someone who wants to oppose this bill.
See, if you were a real lawyer, you would have counted like I did. Point is, Nick, teachers are going. The worry is that teachers are going to hear you can't teach on the subject of sexual orientation. There are no guidelines as to what that means. So it could be what? How is it clear? If I read Cinderella to the kids and they get married at the end, can you sue me?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not an instruction on gender orientation or sexual orientation.
What if at the end of Cinderella they hold hands and they say, "I enjoy this heterosexual marriage between me, the prince, and the princess here"?
They don't.
But what if they did? Does that become illegal?
That book wouldn't be entered in the curriculum. I mean, that's
right,
the whole
because
point.
Because what you're missing in your
whoa. So you're saying it would be illegal.
I'm trying to explain it to you. No, I'm trying to explain to you what you're missing in your inability to understand that instruction is not an ambiguous or vague term in the law because all you've done is listen to some random people who are motivated against this bill saying it's a vague or ambiguous term is to fail to understand that there is an instructional material definition actually in the Florida Education Code. Which
great. Let's go to it.
Fucking hell. No, I'll just tell you what it says. It's easier.
Why didn't you put it in your fucking video then?
Because it's not.
What is it? What is an instruction?
I actually mentioned it in my video, but an instructional material is a material designed to advance a particular idea, right? So it's a material that's actually designed to do it rather than incidentally having it. So if you have the story of Cinderella and then at the end, there's an appendix that says, and they hold hands and they say, let's talk about our traditional Christian heterosexual lifestyle going forward from here on and why it's the best way to live, then it becomes...
That would be instruction.
That would be an instructional material under the definition, which would then, using that material, would be a classroom instruction. Yes.
What if you read a
book?
The
problem with
also, by the way, guys, there's also a statutory definition of that as well. So in Florida,
yeah, that's I think that's what I'm talking to. Yeah, but the thing that the other issue is, and this is not an issue with the law, but this is an issue with maybe the culture, and you can argue this, is that most of the books about two gay dads are about two gay dads rather than incidentally having two gay dads in the book. It's about why my two gay dads are just as good as your mom and dad. And both of my dads can kick your dad's ass because they both go to the gym and they have oily sex. That's how all of those books are written. That was my favorite
part of that book.
It's how all of those books are written. I don't know if that's
true. I don't think you've read them all. You can't
literally
say that.
Every one that's ever come out, I read them immediately.
Well, let's be clear. Having two dads is clearly better. I mean, women are the worst. I would rather have two dads. But here's the problem, Nick. You need to make that very clear to the teachers, and the teachers are scared. The teachers don't
No, the
understand.
teachers know it, Vito.
No, they
do
don't
understand. No, look, teachers
You're
become
creating a culture of fear where these people are going, well, I might be sued if any storybook shows two people holding hands. So I'm just going to stop reading
These
storybooks.
teachers
to
could
these
care
kids.
less, Vito. They could care less. They're not paid enough to care for this shit.
Vito,
The
seriously.
disdain for the American education system.
teachers.
You know, these
teachers
teachers are the hardest working
transition
people in
more than
America.
fucking. Teachers transition faster than Bruce Jenner from the smartest person in any room, the most vaunted public servant that ever exists, into bumbling retards the second they're asked to understand a basic concept that particularly goes against what they want to do. And the only teachers who are confused about the ambiguity of this bill are teachers who specifically want to talk to kids about gender identity and sexual orientation. And that should really concern people, that there's a bunch of teachers out there who specifically want to speak to this issue to children. Like, you're bringing up these, oh, well, what if we have a class and two gay dads come in and a kid says, well, hey, why does this kid have two dads? Is that an instruction? No, it's not an instruction. That's incidental discussion. It's not a big deal. An instruction is taking a material and saying this. There's a whole bunch of teachers who want to do the latter. They want to. And that's why people are mad. And that is why this bill's backlash is so concerning, is because it literally exposes what the bill is trying to stop as the goal, with the incidental stuff being the shield for the goal.
But I don't think it's right to ban a book, My Two Dads, that says, I got two dads. Not everybody does. I'm a little different. I'm not the norm. I'm not the average. But this is still a normal American family, and we are happy. And you're saying, well, if it focuses on the fact that, what, how does, so that book just always falls afoul of the laws? Or the dads, you can't mention that, it can't be the focus of the book. It has to be Jimmy has a rocket ship, and here's his two dads in the background, right?
Sure.
I don't agree. I think it was perfectly reasonable.
But Vito, there's a difference between banning a book and using it as part of the curriculum. Like, having a book that's available in the library is different than saying, hey, this is a fundamental part of the pedagogical method. We're going to use this to teach some sort of grammatical concept or whatever they're trying to do.
So you're saying there's going to be books in the library where if the teacher pulls it out and reads it, it has now become an illegal instruction and they can be sued. Yes?
Hypothetically, sure.
Well, I disagree with that. And there we go. There's our disagreement. I don't have any issue with kids learning that there are different families that are outside of the norm. Again, we're not talking about, I want to teach kids about butt fucking and sucking.
You literally are.
None of that. How?
Because there are teachers who want to include that as the instruction.
So write a bill that says no talking about butt fucking, and I'll sign on the dotted line. I'm right there with you. Okay? But you're saying sexual orientation.
I actually think you wouldn't sign on the dotted line.
I absolutely would. Why do you think I want to teach kids about? Now, I think it's funny if kids find out about butt fucking, but I wouldn't. That's just because I'm sick in the head. I'm not going to teach them about it.
Because they would say, as they said in Franklin, that butt fucking is commonly applied only to a particular group of people, which means homosexuality. And if you say you can't teach kids about butt fucking, then that would actually be expanded upon.
That's true.
Oh, 100% Vito.
I don't, 100%. But I'm saying, but who's going to come out legally against the butt fucking bill? Nobody.
Literally a bunch of people.
Everybody, yes.
What was the bill? There was a bill?
No, there was a court case.
Court case.
And the court case said it's okay to
Franklin
teach kids
versus
about
Texas.
Sodomy.
How old were the kids? How old were the kids?
It's not about the kids. It's about homosexuality. Sodomy.
No, how old? What grades though?
This wasn't kids. This is
teenagers.
Texas versus Franklin. This is a major Supreme Court
can
case.
learn about butt fucking, of course.
No, this is two guys butt fucking privately in a hotel room.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with kids.
No. What this has to do with is that sodomy is intertwined with homosexuality. There's no way you to untangle those concepts.
No, it's not. No, absolutely,
No,
it's not.
You
can be homosexual and never have sex with anyone.
We know this, Vito. We're talking about the people who are agendized specifically for this sort of thinking.
Okay.
They go
So
when someone says sodomy or butt fucking, it is a dog whistle to talk about homosexuality without saying homosexuality. In the exact same way, they say that sexual orientation is a dog whistle to talk about homosexuality without saying homosexuality, which, if I'm not mistaken, is something that you tweeted, but it might have been just some guy. So let me know if I'm wrong.
I said, what was a dog whistle? I don't use dog
That-
whistle as a term.
Not you didn't use the term dog whistle. It might have been just some guy, but they said that sexual orientation only refers to gay people.
Well, it's more the idea that for the longest time, we have had books that show heterosexual families, that kids learn about marriage. I mean, we were watching some scenes from Cinderella at the end where they're getting married to the prince. Kids know all about heterosexual relationships and heterosexual love. And you go, well, we got this one book and it shows two gay dads. And you go, well, we need a bill to shut this down. Does that not seem like
Do you think
the
Cinderella
timing?
is a story about heterosexual love?
I think Beauty and the Beast, all of that, they're love stories, of course. What are you
Yeah,
talking
but
about?
there's you're saying there's stories about heterosexual love and not about some greater theme that love is incorporated into?
I mean, so I can make a book about two gay dads if their love, unites peace among the nations? Is that what you're telling me?
If it's incidental to the story.
Okay, so if their gay love powers a rocket ship, I can read that book to my kids or to these children in the Florida schools.
But Cinderella and
It has a
Beauty and the Beast,
larger theme.
heterosexual love doesn't elevate the story. Go to Frozen, right? Frozen, True Love's first kiss was her sister. Is that an incest story?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Okay.
Let's
Now
be
we're not
real.
having a conversation.
Anna and Elsa are fucking. No, we are having a conversation. Look, you guys are a bunch of kid fucking bigots. It's fine. I accept it. You're not actually kid fuckers. Come on. We're having fun. The same way that I won't call you groomers. Hopefully you would not call me. I'm not grooming anyone. Okay. None of the people opposed to this bill. It's not a anti-grooming bill. Not in the way. Sure, it's anti-grooming if you use this term that nobody is using correctly. Okay, if you want to call it an indoctrination bill, fine.
So
That's
you're
way
saying
more reasonable.
You're saying though that the quartering or anyone else who uses a grooming thing is saying that teacher who talks about homosexuality in the classroom is trying to fuck that kid. That's what you're saying that they're saying?
I'm saying that they know that term will rile up the people in their audience who do truly believe that this bill has something to do with trying to have sex with children.
So you
as
think
has
the
been
quartering isn't retarded. You think that his audience is retarded.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And I think the quartering knows his audience is retarded. And that's fine. Most YouTube audiences are, including yours. But not mine. Mine are very stable geniuses 100% all of the time. YouTube.com/veto. Again, I don't use this term dog whistle, but it's this kind of thing where you go, hey, the gays are grooming your kids. And a bunch of very particular people come out of the woodwork to get very mad about a certain homosexual agenda that they believe is out there. And I'm not saying
But
that
Vito,
there isn't some. Yeah, I
there
know
is
there
literally-
is.
There's a whole bunch of people saying we really want to talk to children between the ages of 5 and 8. That's what they're saying. We really want to talk to children 5 and 8 about sexual orientation and gender identity. That's real.
And there is
that exists.
But those people, first of all, they're psychopaths on all sides.
Wait,
But they're
wait.
in the school systems in some cases. They're actually teaching classes in some cases.
That's the
this is-
people
there's
opposed to
also-
this bill.
There's also, what do you call? Wait, which people are opposed to the bill?
Who I just described are the people opposed to the bill.
They're a subsection of the people opposed to the bill.
No, they're the main section.
No, they're not the main section. I'm opposed to the bill, and I have totally different thoughts. And you're right. Honestly, if this was only about gender identity, me and you would be having a completely different conversation.
But
I think
sexual
teaching
orientation,
boys that they can become girls just by thinking hard enough about it is very weird and not the appropriate place to talk to kids about it. But
you
I
can't
think
hold
kids
that position.
Yes, I can. What are you talking about? Why can I not hold that position? The bill is badly written. The bill needs to be more specific.
So the bill would be fine if it was just anti-trans.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Oh my God.
What? Why do I have to agree with everything in the bill? Do you agree with everything in every bill? Is never any part of a bill? You only agree with part of it?
The problem is
I have focused entirely on the sexual orientation part. And you know this. This is the only part of it that I have taken issue with.
But it
or
the
red,
logic
clearly.
of your argument vanish.
How did the logic vanish? Why do I have to agree with every part of the bill? I'm saying the bill is very badly written. Take it back. You should probably have two bills. Why don't you have a gender identity bill and a don't talk about butt fucking bill. And then we can sign both of those into law, and I got no problem with it. But once you start going, you can't read a kid a book of My Two Dads without suing his teacher into the ground, I go, well, that seems like a slippery slope towards teachers just completely denying the reality of American families.
But the teacher might be able to read the book My Two Dads. We don't know what's in the book.
All right. I'm going to write a book called My Two Dads Butt Fuck, but it's for the greater good of the American people. And we're going to read it to the kids because it has an overarching theme where the gayness is ancillary to the true message.
Yes, because the heterosexuality
like
is ancillary to the true message of all of these other stories.
Nick, I love you. I respect you begrudgingly. And thanks for having me on.
All right, man.
We've said it all.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions? What? I think we got to a understanding. Am I wrong?
We got to the understanding that you still do not understand this bill at all.
No, I do, because you told me you can have a book about two gay dads as long as they're just kind of gay, or if the gayness is not the main theme, right?
Yes, you literally can.
All right. But if you
now you support the bill.
But if you take the wrong book off the shelf and you don't vet it ahead of time, you get sued. All right. I don't think that's reasonable.
You can always potentially get sued. You already could.
If it's in the school library, I can't read a book in the school library to the kids?
Schools take the risk of getting sued all the time. There's the book that was just pulled. I mean, Dr. Seuss gets pulled off. I mean, they're going to pull off all
I
sorts
don't
of books.
want to give us more reasons to sue the schools. I don't think it's valuable. Okay? Unless it was, again, over a very specific, you can't show under third graders depictions of sex or talk about actual sexual acts. Yes, I'm right there with you. I don't know who's doing that. Maybe you guys have some great stories about kindergartners who are watching butt sex videos. I haven't seen it, which is why this bill seems unnecessary to me. But if it's out there, let's put a stop to it. Vito Giswaldi's no butt fucking the kids bill. I'm in. I want on the top of that list. Absolutely.
But yet you oppose this bill, though. Like that. See, this is the problem, because I've explained to you. Back. I've explained. We got to.
And I heard your explanation, and I disagree. You have told me how the law will be applied, and I think it sounds unfair and unreasonable.
So you think it's unreasonable to say that a teacher should not be able to talk to kindergarten through third graders about sexual orientation or gender identity as part of an instruction, as part of an actual curriculum instruction?
You would have.
That's what the bill says.
If it was more than a day on it, sure. But if it's one day we read a school book and that's instruction, you get sued for that.
The definition, Vito, the definition is a major tool for assisting the instruction of a subject. So literally, as the primary reference, we're talking about this.
Yeah, but an instruction can last just a day. It could last an hour. There's no time. What do you call it? Definition on what an instruction entails. Nick, am I wrong?
No, there's no time, because
it could be an hour out of the day I read the wrong book. That was an instruction, and then I get sued.
How do you read the wrong book? Are you a teacher? Do you think that teachers?
But I don't even. But that's the
school library. Wait, do you think teachers get their materials from the school library?
I don't think that book is wrong to read to kids, is what I'm saying.
Which book?
Assuming some kids have two dads. I have two dads. I love my two gay dads. Okay, as long as, again, it's not depicting actual sexual
Why
acts.
are you reading that book?
Well, exactly. What is the instruction? What are they learning? What lesson are they learning from that?
They are learning the basic American value that we all have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And not all families
focus
are the
on
same.
the penis.
In third
focus
grade.
on the penis. Absolutely.
In kindergarten.
Yeah, we let kids read the Pledge of Allegiance starting at kindergarten. So why the hell not? We're indoctrinating them in 1800 fucking other ways. I don't know why we have to stop all of a sudden at the idea that gay people exist.
You gave children to the state, and then you thought that the state wouldn't use it to engender children towards the state. Of course, that happens.
But I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with that necessarily.
But you keep bringing it up.
Well, yes, because it's part of an American education. Is that, yes, you learn what America is as a concept. You learn that other Americans exist that maybe don't look like you or maybe different from you. And you learn that's cool. There's a lot of different people in this country. We're not a white ethno state or whatever the hell. And you can respect and give them passage. And I think kids, That's the theme of most kids' movies.
Show me on the flag where it touched you, Vito. Where did the flag touch you? Where did
when
it
you
get
watch the flag? Hell, God bless fucking America, baby. If you got a problem with America, get the hell out, as we say.
But you're taking two separate concepts and you're juxtaposing them together for the convenience of the argument. But one is that we don't want kids to go out there thinking that we're in a white ethno state or whatever. Okay, fine. But the other is this issue of instruction, and Legal Mindsets asks you the main question: what is the instruction here? And your instruction is that the teachers are nebulously going to talk about what it means to be an American by showing two gay dads. Like that is
They're
the
going to learn
definition
about
of
families.
American.
Kids are very interested
subject?
in.
That's not how we learned about that. You maybe read a textbook or you read some basic information, some very, very simple story. You're not reading some, gay rocket ship story, or even Cinderella. I mean, even in third grade,
When I was a kid, we absolutely read all sorts of storybooks about loving families, about different races of people, different creeds and cultures. We had multicultural days. I learned that the Asian kids, even though they look a little weird, they're just as normal as the rest of us. Okay.
They were all getting better grades than all of you.
They're still planning something, but until we figure out what it is, I'll treat them normally. Regardless, a big part of just, younger education is to just be nice to people, to not ostracize the other. And I think it's perfectly reasonable. I mean, are you opposed to young kids learning about that race, different colors of skin exist? When they break out the Crayola crayons with all the different colors, do you go, I don't know, this is a little too much?
No, because there's actually specific instruction about race that is fine to have with children.
So like what is okay, so how would you teach about different races and accepting them?
Well, you typically kids learn about slavery at some point. I don't remember what year that is, but they don't learn about it in kindergarten. Or first grade or second grade, I don't think, and probably not in third.
You can talk about race without bringing slavery into it immediately. I don't think that's the immediate racial topic you got to get to.
We're talking about pedagogy here, Vito, which is a different pedo word than you might be familiar with from all of the Twitter hate coming your way.
Fair enough.
But pedagogy.
I got turned on when you said pedagogy, but then you explained it, and I'm like,
I know.
Damn it.
Look,
it's not nearly as sexy as what I thought it would be.
That happens with my wife every time too. When I explain anything to her, she's like, okay, I'm out. You kept talking. So look, but it's this idea that there's an educational concept that needs to be put forward to the particular audience that you're going for, and I'm trying to find the pedagogical reason to incorporate either subject into K-3 education. And I think that's one of the big things that's missing from this bill is people mesh all of their useless years in K-12 together as if they're one conceptual whole. But in kindergarten, kids are learning triangle, book, caterpillar. They're
actually
learning ABCs
and hold on, because I was, when I was in Orlando, I was dating a second grade teacher. And did you know, fun fact, that especially in Orange County, there's some schools where 80% of students can't read after they graduate from second grade. So, I mean, shouldn't we be focusing on the fact that, hey, there needs to be like literacy and basic concepts here? I mean, we can't get these basic concepts.
We can just knock it all out in one go. Triangles are gay, circles are straight, and they are all friends with each other. Look, I'm not, again, if you wanted to make a bill that says don't focus excess class time on this topic, okay,
then you have this bill.
No,
Because you literally just described this bill.
Time. You're
it's classroom instruction. That is class time. You just hammered out this bill.
Excess.
You did.
Okay.
Any above incidental is excess. To K through third grade education.
No. Kids, look, you got to read the kid a stupid book for story time. And I don't see why it's unreasonable to say, all right, well, today we're going to read one. It's about gay dads. And you read it. And what happens? What happens to the kid if they read the two gay dads book?
Don't know.
It makes them gay?
Doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, but you're saying it's so bad what could happen that we have to make it illegal. It's not, oh, who cares? We don't know. It's terrible. We have to make it illegal. We have to have a whole bill to make it illegal. So I'm asking you, what happens? Why did you make this bill?
I didn't.
Okay, why did they make the bill? What is the horrible thing that happens if I read that book to the kids? That
To
we
keep
need to have
kids
an
from being indoctrinated. Let's use your word, to keep kids from being indoctrinated, because if you actually read the language, it will prevent indoctrination. We started on the anti-grooming as the title that people are calling it. And I understand what you're saying. Grooming isn't in the bill either. So let's be fair to that. It's to prevent that indoctrination, which you said you agree with, Vito. You said you agree with no indoctrination.
Hold on. I agree with using the word indoctrination is way more accurate in terms
then
of
let's use it, because we can all agree.
Sure, let's use it. What are they being indoctrinated with when they read that book?
Sexual orientation and gender identity. That's what the bill stops.
No. Hold on. That's not, you're not indoctrinating them with gender identity. That's what the bill's about. What are they indoctrinated with if they read a book about two gay dads? They're indoctrinated with sexual orientation? That doesn't make sense.
No.
What is the takeaway? What did they learn?
It depends on the book, Vito. It depends on the book, because it could be wildly different. I mean, does it just like, Jim comes home, Bob is home, Bob cooks a cake, Bob, bakes the cake is great. Bob and Jim are very happy. That doesn't mention anything about Bob and Jim go into the bathroom and they do it dirty, raw dog in the booty hole. You know what I mean? Like what they're two different books here.
How about this, Vito?
No. Hold on.
Okay,
I got a question.
go ahead.
I'm going to go along with your suggestion that it depends on the book. What's the worst book that we're trying to stop right now? Which book?
It's not books. You brought books.
Okay, then which
you could create one. You could create your own adventure, Vito.
What lesson are we trying to stop? This bill was this bill created in response to something, or is it just we went, well, there might eventually be a book that tells kids about butt fucking, so let's get ahead of it now.
You keep bringing up the books. The book argument is this red herring that came out from I don't think it originated with you, but if you want credit, I'll give it to you. It doesn't matter to me. But the book came out as this thing. Well, what if there's a book with two gay dads? But see, that's not the bill. The bill is about classroom instruction.
I can give you a very real example that has been brought up on the floor, okay? I have a math problem. The math problem says Jim's dad has 5 apples. His other dad has 7 apples. How many apples do Jim's dads have? All right.
That's not an instruction.
14.
That is not an instruction on.
Well, legal mindset. Unfortunately, the people who are promoting the bill have said that is an instruction and it would be illegal under the bill. And that is something that has been said by the proponents of the bill. So you are now arguing with the bill's authors.
But the answer is 14.
There you go.
Well, legal mindset. What do you think when they say that would be illegal?
Well, they can say what it says. You read the bill. The bill says instruction. See, here's the thing. So
they're wrong about their own bill?
Hold on, Vito. Both proponents and detractors can be wrong, and they can over and mischaracterize the bill. And that's something that people on both sides of the bills.
You don't think that should be illegal?
If that was a math problem and it incidentally said Bob has this, Jim has this, why do you got to throw dad in there though? But I mean, whatever. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. But yeah, if it's a basic math problem, who the hell cares?
Well, they're saying it should be illegal, and I disagree. And when the authors of the bill are telling me what they're trying to make illegal, I tend to believe them. You're telling them that the way they've written the bill, it won't work out in that way. And,
because
it won't be enforced. It won't be enforced that way by a court when they're looking at that language and they're saying in Florida, they're saying, how does this interpreted? It's not going to be enforced that way.
Doesn't that make it kind of clear what their intention is if they're so worried about a simple math problem like that?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what their intention is.
Who cares about the intention of the bill? I absolutely care about the intention of the bill. Because again,
because it hurts your fifis, Vito?
No.
Like
it doesn't hurt my fifis. Okay. I'm trying to. I'm still trying to get to this with you guys. Yeah, what are you worried about kids being indoctrinated with? I
didn't write the bill.
The bill talks about instruction about gender identity and
but you support the bill, but Nick, do you support the bill?
I support the right of the people of Florida to pass that bill. Sure.
Okay, so you support the bill's right to exist.
Yeah, but I homeschool my kids, and I'm not in Florida. The bill has literally zero impact on me and never will.
The point that I'm trying to get to is, okay, so Nick is completely divorced from it and just saying, well, it exists as a bill and it legally deserves to exist. And that maybe some people are reading it wrong.
Because
I'm not saying that it can't exist. I mean, clearly it does exist. I'm
And
saying
not
that
only does it exist, but it's proper for parents and representatives. Since we have a representative government, it's proper for representatives to propose certain parts of the instruction that should be permitted in public school because they derive the right to teach from the right of the parent in general. So parents can come, and that, yes, that also means that a bunch of parents could get together and lobby all of their legislators to say critical race theory needs to be taught in K-3 education. And I would say, I think that's wrong, but the bill is still a valid exercise of the legislature. It is still legal to do. It is not unconstitutional.
Well, I don't think I've ever suggested the bill is unconstitutional. I wouldn't know what to say up or down about that. I just think the bill is very vague. No one can point me to why the bill is being created.
What is vague about the bill?
The bill
What's
sounds
vague
like any other bill, Vito. If you've read the law, like literally any law, they all sound like that. This is so boilerplate. I mean, it could just be on the stove at any point.
The
I mean,
reason
it's
they
so
use
generic.
instruction is because instruction is so commonly used in the Florida education codes as to be unambiguous by its existence.
I think that based on what you guys, the way you've explained it, what kind of material would potentially be illegal? I disagree wholeheartedly. Yes, there's some stuff that, again, if it's wasting mass amounts of class time to focus on this stupid topic, fine. But if instruction can refer to a 1-hour storybook reading, then no, I wholeheartedly disagree that is going to somehow negatively impact the students of Florida. And nobody has been able to show to me how that storybook reading, I mean, you're saying, well, it could apply to other stuff. Sure. But if there's a certain thing that we can agree has no negative consequences, I don't think there's any negative consequences to a 1-hour storybook reading.
It depends on what the purpose of the storybook reading is and how the instruction is delivered.
But the bill is clearly too broad. If I could come up with a book about two gay dads, and you're saying, well, it would be fine if it's in the library for children to read, but if a teacher reads it, we can sue her. Like, do you get where I'm? Whatever. This is complicated. It's a complicated.
It's not
subject.
that complicated. You're
It
making
really
it very
is.
complicated.
No, it is complicated. I don't know how you could say it's not complicated.
It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. Just don't talk about that sort of stuff as part of your instruction.
Why?
Because you already don't. Vito, did you go to? Are you Floridian? Did you
wait. Hold on.
Hold on.
Vito.
Do you
No.
Hold on. Do you? Don't live in Florida. You didn't grow up in Florida, did you?
I am Florida born. I live in a fucking swamp. I got an airboat.
What's your area code? What's your zip code?
90915. Beautiful Boca
Vito,
Raton.
you don't live in Florida because it would have sank if you were in it.
Here's the point. You get a point, Nick.
That was a
Here's
fat
the
joke.
point. You lose the point for defining the joke. I gave you the point. You lost it. You're killing me. You just said because we don't teach about it, we never have before. Then there's no need for the bill. You're telling me the bill exists for no reason. I asked, what do we need the bill for? And you said, well, because we don't teach about these things. We never have. Okay,
Ever.
Then why does the bill exist? Why does the bill exist?
Because they're going
we don't
to,
teach
and they're
it,
trying
but someone
to.
does.
They're going to. It's coming. It's coming.
They literally individual teach. That's why the bill is individualized and creates either a special master to investigate a particular issue or allows for a private cause of action that the parents have to bear the cost for unless they win. That's the two options. So one, it allows the state to pay for a special master to investigate it if the family is unable to afford the legal representation, or it allows for the family to fund private legal representation to go after the issue that they think. And it's because it's a particular and individualized thing and not widespread, but they want to be clear. This has no place in a Florida curriculum. It has not had a place in a Florida curriculum. And we don't want some random teacher coming in and saying, tell you what, it's time for me to, and this is a real thing. It's time for me to come out to you, my second grade class. Let me tell you all about why I'm gay, why I found out I was gay, and here's my instruction. That's what they're trying to prevent because
So
that
make that bill.
They did.
That's what it is.
Make the
That's what
don't.
it does.
No. Okay,
Literally the bill.
It's too broad. It's
Holy
covering
shit.
all aspects of sexual orientation. There's nothing. And honestly, if a teacher goes, if a teacher's husband comes in and gives him a little peck on the cheek, and they go, "Who's that guy who just kissed you?" And he goes, "Well, that's my husband." We're in a loving gay relationship.
That's not
I
part
have
of the,
no
that's not
problem.
part of the curriculum. That's not
And
part
I
of
got a 10-week curriculum based on it. We're going to explore my fucking relationship with Todd for the next 10 weeks. And I got no
that
problem
would be
with
a
that.
problem.
No. That would be great. That's what the kids need.
Oh,
The
God.
reason you keep saying too broad, and I mean this in the nicest way, because this is normal, right? Is that you're not familiar with reading and interpreting statutes.
No, I
Like
am.
that, you are not.
Yes, I am. I do it all the time. Nick, one of my
No.
greatest
He interprets
one of
them.
my
He can interpret
greatest
poorly, that's
pastimes
fine.
is reading and interpreting legal statutes. I do it all the time. And that's how I know you're wrong, Nick. That's why I know you're wrong. Because I read so many more legal statutes than you. What can I say, folks? We've said it all.
Vito is the
We've said it
preeminent
all.
expert on broadness. The
Come
preeminent
visit
expert.
my lawyer swamp in Boca Raton. Look, I'm not worried about the kids learning about gay people. I'm really not. Yes, I can understand the concerns about wasting a bunch of school time on it, making it a focus, trying to dress the kids up in dresses and let them embrace their inner whatever the hell. Yeah, sure. I share those concerns. I really do. But that's why I would like a bill that is a little more reasonable. I don't think we need to open teachers up to wild lawsuits
How would you
based
enforce the bill?
solely firing squad. Anyone who goes against it, line them up against the wall.
Okay, so
but
no
that would be
lawsuits,
my
just
bill.
a death penalty.
Yes, of course. I mean, my bill will be so fucking airtight, Nick, that if you go against it, you have to die.
Oh, and
I feel like I'm keeping legal mindset. Didn't you have to get out of here?
I
buddy?
did. I literally texted my friend. I'm like, I'm gonna be late because I want to stay for the end of this. But yes.
All right, fair
I was
enough.
just reading a
Fair
super
enough.
chat here that was pretty on point, which is actually accurate. You know, as a person who actually went to Florida public schools in fifth
Right.
grade is when you get sex
Me.
ed, and you do have to sign a waiver.
No, that's
when you do it.
incorrect. First grade, I remember. They took us out back, and we all had to pull our pants down. And they said, "Here's how
That
you
was
learn
just
about
you.
sex ed
Vito.
in Florida."
That was just you. That was
That
just
You were,
you.
you were
specifically.
literally groomed,
You
Vito.
were groomed.
DeSantis was my kindergarten teacher, and he did
It's
horrible
all
fucking
projection.
things to me.
It's all
DeSantis
projection.
did it all, and now he's trying to cover it up. Listen, Nick,
Well-
you stupid idiot. I love you. I respect you. And I hope you will find love for the homosexual man. I really do.
I don't give a shit about homosexual people either way.
What do you mean? You don't like them? You like them? You don't care.
I'm ambivalent to someone's sexuality. I don't care if you're gay or not. Doesn't.
What if you
bother
saw
me.
like a really fun gay guy? Would you go, well, that's fun?
Yeah, I don't care. Like I don't. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, I'm saying, what if they're fun because they're gay? Like, isn't that fun? You know,
I
like
thought
something
that's what
about
gay
their
people
Is
were.
that the
community
definition of
and
the
their-
word?
Fun, gay,
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah. A gay time?
We're gonna get you pegged, Nick, and it's gonna change your whole life around. Ask your. You know what I want you to
Thing
do?
you've said the whole show.
I want you to get pegged by your wife, and you're gonna have it's gonna do a whole
See,
turnaround.
that would have been
Literally
an interesting
never.
debate, Vito. That would have been interesting, you know, like the peg versus no peg. Like that would have been a good debate. You could have started
Peg versus
there.
no peg.
Yeah,
How
that
many
could've-
pegs?
Yeah.
Vito,
All right,
how many
guys.
times have you been pegged?
Thankfully, never. Thankfully.
Thankfully, why, bigot?
Take the
I don't-
eggplant.
I don't even look, and even having anal sex with a woman, and I don't think it's right. So you got to be very gentle. That's why we need to educate these kindergartners, because they're going to do it wrong. We
Man's
got to
out
get
here
in there
promoting.
early.
Man is not standing and not laying or definitely not sitting in solidarity with the gays. He refuses to even be pegged. Embarrassing for you.
I'll get pegged if you get pegged.
Never.
Well, then it's not going to happen, Nick. You had the chance to change both our lives, and you declined.
You're welcome.
How do you find me? YouTube.com/Vito for all the great contrarian takes that people love. Thanks for coming by, Nick.
All right, get off my show, you weirdo.
Fuck you. How do I leave?
Click leave.
Jesus. Okay.
No.
Well, yeah, that happened. All right. All right.
Well, we have learned that someone does not understand statutory construction and largely agrees with the bill. So that's good. Good job.
That's real fun. Real fun. Nick, I've got to bounce,
Yeah.
man. But everybody, if you want to, I'll be on my evening, which is your tomorrow morning, with Scott from Writers Fix Problems, which I think he's now conflict on future counsel, talking about Ukraine and doing some updates there. And then Joe Neerman will be back the next day. And I'm not saying whether I'll be wearing the hoodie, but it may come out again because my liver is finally feeling recovered. I felt really bad for passing out on you, Nick, but I was so drunk.
Fine.
I was so drunk.
You guys were destroyed.
I didn't realize it until I laid down. I laid down on my bed and I was like dead.
Did you do the lay down and spin or the lay down and pass out?
Lay down and pass out. The spin is when I'm going to throw up.
Yeah,
and
that's the worst. And there's nothing you can do. You can try and lay there, but like within 10 minutes, you're going to be hot footing it to the bathroom, stumbling over everything that's left on your floor, probably dying.
Yeah.
Oh God.
If I ever miss a stream, guys, if I'm ever scheduled, you see like my icon and I don't show up, it is because I'm drunk. I'm just sorry. The problem is a lot of these streams, especially the midday ones, they happen really late at night for me. So, and I have a problem. It is a lawyer problem. I'm just saying. But Nick, thanks for having me on. This was a lot of fun. And I will catch you later, brother.
Yeah. Tell your buddy thanks for indulging us.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Peace. Okay. Well, since we have it from Vito's mouth, I'm not going to bother going through the rest of his video. I don't think there's any point to that. If you really want to, you can go through it yourself on Vito's second channel, Vito 2, on YouTube. You can do that. That I'm not going to stop you. I'm not necessarily going to encourage it, but I'm not going to stop you. But yeah, so Vito was here, wanted to make his point. I think he made the point that he wanted to make, and that's his prerogative. Hopefully we all learned something from that. I'll say this. Vito changed my mind in one way. I'm now more against the bill than I was. There you go. I am more against the bill than I was before. With that, a bunch of super chats have come in that I would like to address. I'm sorry if you were hoping to get them into Vito or whatever, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Volan Duvall says, hello, Nick. First big super for me. Hey, thanks, Volan. I'd like to show my wife and I small shop, etsy.com/shop/sparkle of pets. Also on Instagram and Facebook. Help me not have to work a boring job and instead make pet stuff. Volan, hey man, can you email or message me that in some other way? Because super chats don't preserve very well. And I want to remember that since I just got a dog for Lady Rackets. Maybe I can buy her something nice. Red Mage 13 says, asking about Zillow's school rating system. Parents, when looking to move into an area, look at this. Is it possible for people to purposefully tank the score of a school we suspect has wokies to keep kids away and get ahead of them? I have no idea how Zillow's school ranking system is, but if it's at all crowdsourced to people, then yes, it's always possible to tank something if there's enough public interest to do so. And if it is a public, like a public polling system. Machiavelli says, you never argued the harm it does. It's not relevant to argue the harm it does. And I think if you get wrapped up in that argument, then you validate some random point that you're not intending to validate. The issue is the people of Florida do not want sexual orientation and gender identity taught to K-3 kids. There's nothing wrong with the people of Florida not wanting to do that. And it doesn't say, don't say gay, and incidental instances of 2 gay dads would not be prohibited by the bill, or 2 lesbian moms or something like that. None of that would be prohibited by the bill. The bill is about having teachers instruct children on gender identity or sexual orientation, which they are not to do between K through 3. That's perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly fine. And it's perfectly within the purview of the legislature to direct the school system in that particular way. So that's that. There's no reason to sit and belabor the quote unquote harm it does or doesn't do. I mean, the bill isn't written that way. That's the other thing. The bill it creates an individualized cause of action for an individual incident. It's not addressing systemic indoctrination of children, and because it doesn't need to do that. They've found a different way to go about it. Ann N says, "Hi, legal mindset. When you have time, can you elaborate on why it's not that hard to move internationally? What concerns did you have? Is it a relief financially?" No, he cannot. Sorry about that. Mandy Karavichus says, if Florida is no longer allowed to say gay, then are they going to change the name of the Florida Gators? Atlas Shrug says, Ricada is a pronoun with an organ. Yes. Rock and Roll Tyrannosaur says, now I kind of want to see a Disney-themed training video on how to operate a nuclear reactor. Yeah, brought to you by the cast of Moana. Zombie Shoot. Pulse nightclub shooting's wife's trial proved that it wasn't an attack on LGBT. Oh, interesting. First target was a shopping center, but had too much security. Switched to the second target, which was an Orlando nightclub, per his search on his phone. He just happened to be by the gayest of nightclubs. So that's interesting. Very cool. William Smith says, I do not understand how just some guy can complain about alphabet people and homophobes in support of the same position. This is next level cognitive dissonance. Let's just be real about just some guy. Just some guy's a chameleon. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to break it to you, how else to inform people on this. Just some guy is a chameleon. He is in a space to be something until that something becomes something that he doesn't want it to be. And he gets, at that point, it's happened a couple times, he gets ratioed into oblivion. He gets a lot of complaints. He gets people saying, hey, just stick to what you know. And everybody's always surprised about it. Well, if everyone's always surprised about something, or if everybody's surprised about something, either it's a topic that has never been addressed by someone, or they're a chameleon. In this case, just some guy is a guy who's against a bunch of woke stuff, but he takes woke positions all the time. So kind of looks like a chameleon to me. But that's his gig. That's his gig. He can do whatever he wants to do. It's a shame because like his takes about Disney as a corporate entity are fine, but then he wants the corporate entity to, I don't know. I don't get it. Super Iron Bob says kick veto. Wick Dipper says perhaps a better term is maps fluffers. Keldrick says, of course you can't make sense of this veto. You refuse to acknowledge basic human comprehension and simple logic. Yeah, that was a problem. CM Chunk says kick veto. Stephen Oglesby says he is being so intellectually dishonest he knows exactly what grooming is. Yeah, I thought that was a little bit weird. I mean, again, so he's like, they're using it in this specific way. It's like, wait, so you think that they're saying that a teacher's grooming a child for sex with that teacher? I don't think so. And I don't think anybody's using it in that way. It's like, well, but all their fans think so. I don't think so either. I think it's a convenient way for you to go after it. But, and by all means, if they open the door to that, do it. But Alan Rees says visitors should be locked up. Indiana Joe Star says veto. Is it okay for people supporting the bill to be labeled homophobes? To Vito's credit, I think he said that he was not in favor of the inflammatory language on either side. And that one of his points in his video, and he did state it at the beginning here, was that he had a problem with how the language was being used because it prevented honest discussion about a subject that he deemed to be an important and complicated one. So to Vito's credit, I think he was opposed to the use of homophobes to describe supporters of the bill. He's still in the chat for whatever reason, so he can answer there if he wants to. Seagoody says, what if at the end of Cinderella, Vito fucked a kid? You know, not, I don't know. I don't think that should be shown to third graders, personally. Alan Rees says visitors should be locked up. Wait, shit. I skipped. Okay, so I did some out of order. Super Iron Bob says, kick Vito for lying from a search on the Florida Education Code about 738 results for instruction in codes in Florida. Well, you know, he just picked a number. Snuggle Struggle says the EDU has failed our children, period. The basic standards test show more children being left behind, and that is because of ESG and superficial nonsense in place of education. Why would we continue if shown to be more harmful? That's a good point. It's a good point. And that's what Andrew got around to saying was, you know, in some counties in Florida, you have an illiteracy rate of 80% at second grade, which is an unacceptable result. Children should be reading. They should be reading. Is, you know, that's the point of school. The point of school is not to teach my two gay dads. The point of school is to teach reading, math. I'm disappointed that no one. I'm disappointed that no one laughed at my joke. 14 apples. One dad has 5 apples. The other has 7. How many apples do they have? 14. I'm sad. You guys are mean. Okay. Stephen Oglesby says he is so full of it, he should have brown eyes. Lisa Gordon says, toast, please, for the worst week of my life. 5 years ago, I lost Dad, Bob, who was 93, buried him April 1st. 11 hours after his service, I lost my mom. A year later, my daughter removed herself on her 27th birthday. Holy shit. Holy shit. To Lisa, in remembrance of those taken away and those who may have stepped away. Having it all happen around the same time of year is rough. And I don't know how that would go, but of course, losing parents is the nightmare we all see coming. Losing children is the nightmare we pray never comes. And to have both of them happen around the same time, even though a year apart, 1, a year is not that long, and 2, it's already a rough week for you. So I'm sorry to hear that. Cheers to you. May peace settle in on you. Just awful. Cynthia says, got my Give, Send, Go money for the convoy back today. Transferring to you for bringing on Vito. Echo chamber gets boring. Also, some disingenuity in your position. You've always said local communities and boards should decide standards and curriculum, not the state. No, when I say not the state, I'm talking about the federal Department of Education. I do think it should be more local and boards, but right now, under the system that we have, the state education system is the way to go. But I do think that it should be more local, but the state is as local as it gets for setting policy and law at this point. So I am opposed to federal stuff. Certainly the critical race theory through the federal Department of Education is a big problem that I have a big problem with and will continue to have a big problem with. But if you think that's disingenuity, you're welcome to think that. I don't think so, but You can think that. Thank you very much for the contribution. Snuggle Struggle says, Vito, please take a moment and read this grooming bill and replace anti-Christian or anti-straight or anti-racist bill. The focus upon gay is dogmatic. Why not anti-trans? Are you transphobe, Vito? I thought that was a weird position for him to take, that he's okay with it if it's in regards to trans kids, which means that he has no problem with the legal concepts of the bill or the logical issues of the bill. It's just the subject matter. And just because it includes gay, if it wasn't gay and it was trans, he'd be all for it. That's weird to me. So, okay. William Smith, I regret ever being pro-gay marriage. Pat Robertson, the 700 Club, were right all along. The gay agenda was real all along, and this is where it has brought us. Return to tradition. D.D. Thomas says, after listening to Vito, I now hate everything and everyone. It's a crying shame, says, doesn't allow teaching straight sex either. Correct. That is, and that's the thing about this bill that so many people are overlooking. If you have, and why we were not, for whatever reason, we were not able to communicate this to Vito, and I'll take the fault. I should have spoken slowly and maybe backwards. But if the homosexual characters are incidental to the story, it's not a big deal. But if the story is about their homosexuality or their heterosexuality, it is prohibited and should be. I don't actually want teachers teaching about proper heterosexual relationships either. Half of teachers are retarded at best. I don't trust them to talk about things that are important. I really don't. The fact that the kid's there in school for 13 years or whatever it is averages out that they'll learn math to some reasonable degree. It averages out that they'll learn their ABCs in English to some reasonable degree. That's fine. What I don't need their personal opinions on appropriate heteronormative or heteroaberrant or homonormative or whatever relationships. I don't need that. I don't want that. And it has no place in a classroom at all. Law Nerd Clip says, Vito commented on my Drexel on Vito Cuties clip. Cuties rules. Drexel and I are going to need Vito up against the wall. Leave the kids alone. I agree. Leave the kids alone. And Cuties, taking them at their word that Cuties was a commentary on sexual exploitation, and they intentionally exploited children for the purpose of demonstrating how bad it was. Get on the fucking wall. Their explanation didn't make it better for me. I don't know about you guys. Snuggle Struggle says, in second grade, my teacher taught us larger dinosaurs had 2 brains in the head and tail. Wait, what? I believed that until I was 20 when I foolishly defended that idiocy. Kids hold on to falsehoods. Get them while they're young is real. Your teacher taught you dinosaurs have 2 brains? Go back to my previous statement. 50% or more. Four Dorgy, more Corgi sent a chat and then sent a member chat or joined member for 2 months. I don't know. But then sent a bunch of chats that did not come through. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chats. 4 Dorgy, more Corgi. Oh my goodness. Please tag C Goody or something so he can get me that message. That I don't know if YouTube is censoring you or if you're just sending money. If you are just sending money, thank you. But if you did not, if for whatever reason YouTube did not display your message, please go ahead and tag a mod and they can send it to me. That's crazy. Kate McKnight says one of the best parts of the bill is the section that makes it illegal for teachers to coerce students into keeping secrets from parents. One of the first things kid abuse investigators ask victims is if any adult asks them to keep secrets from their parents. Yeah, that shit needs to stop. Again, and before anybody comes out with, oh, well, first of all, this is a nasty presumption. Well, if the kid comes out as gay, the parent's going to beat him. Okay, we have no idea about that at all. That is not a thing that is, I know it's a thing that happens. Just like if a kid comes out and says, I got a job, the parent might beat them, or I got a driver's license or whatever. There's all sorts of reasons that bad parents will beat kids. But this idea that there's automatic abuse presumed on this thing needed to be snipped, and this bill snipped it and says, no. If a kid has a major mental health change at the school, then the parent needs to be informed. And if there is some reasonable idea that there may be abuse in regards to the news, then the school can develop a policy around it at that point. And that makes sense. Clark Terry fan says teachers should go nowhere near the subject of gay rights or anything of the sort. Do so would purposely lean kid towards a particular political view, which is the whole point. Just teach the subject. Yeah, I agree. Just please teach the fucking curriculum. Next. Kate McKnight says, please show this whale the gender unicorn and genderbred person that is taught in K through 3rd. Wait, what? What the fuck is the gender unicorn? The fuck is this? So the story is gender unicorn handout from teacher shut down by middle school. Why is a teacher teaching this? Why is this being taught at public school? That's the ultimate question with all this shit. Why are you teaching this at school? I don't go to school to learn about hetero relationships either. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, no, thank you. I don't need teachers teaching any of this shit. transstudent.org/gender. Yeah. None of this has any place in public school, period. Public school is to teach a basic standard of education on academic subjects. That's the purpose of it. If we have time, which they don't, if we have time to teach kids about gender identity and sexual orientation, then cut the amount of time that kids are in school, period. We'll do unbreaded in just a second. We're almost there. Shinchan256B says, I can't wait for Dix to roast into Vito on the next biggest problem after Vito showing. The next problem should be backseat lawyers. People are uneducated about anything law-related, trying to explain to you how it works. Matrix Tech says, not sure how your Oregon demographics look, but just a reminder, Matrix is an IT consulting provider in the greater Oregon region, specializing in leveraging enterprise tech for small businesses at small business budget. Matrix.tech. That's Matrix. So Matrix.tech, PSA, homeschool. So there you go. You can check them out if you're interested, if you're a small business in Oregon. Keone says, Vito's argument was so stupid, I think it gave me cancer and made me hetero. Blackwing02 says, I stand by the don't say cis hetero bill. Ikaika Taxi says, I read an article about a dad getting a call from his daughter's school that she tried to kill herself because teachers in Florida secretly were trying to help his daughter to change her gender. Damn. And that's part of the issue, I suppose. That's what people are worried about. It's really about what kids are going through during their school age years and whether or not they should be confronted with someone pushing, not everybody, but someone pushing an identity agenda into them, whether it's a sexual identity, whether it's a gender identity, doesn't really matter. And that's one of the things that the founder of the sponsor of the bill was saying, that is the big gotcha, is that he said, hey, we know some of these decisions are made based off of communal input and pressure, and we're trying to eliminate that at this point in their education. By the way, fine. Also #based, but that is fine. That is fine for them to do. In my opinion, it has no place at all in public education, K through 12, by the way, because I have no inherent respect for teachers. I have teachers I respect, but I have no inherent respect for teachers. You come up to me, oh, I'm a public school teacher. Okay, who fucking cares? Stephen Oglesby says, I'm way too old, but I remember when you couldn't tell where a teacher stood politically on any given subject. No, me too. Me too. I remember. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. You know what time it is. Page 198. Oops. Unbreaded. Speaking of indoctrination, it is now time for our daily unbreaded. Whew. Well, at least this is a very light and simple daily unbreaded. I read 198 already. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. I can check real quick. No, I had 188, 186, 129. We have not done 198. Thank you, by the way, to Stacy for sending me all of the daily unbreadeds. We've not done 198. Like I said, 188. 188. So here we go. Whew. God, hold on. I need a big sip of water. Okay, AK Betrayed has no context for this. This is a manifesto of Matthew Harris, a UCLA philosophy professor. And we read one page every day out of context. And I think that is good. I have to replace the some of the slurs for the purpose of YouTube and for the purpose of people clipping it. And we go by the PDF page number, not the page number that's on the page, because there's 803 electronic document pages. but there's more. There's a couple pages that are blank and stuff like that. So, all right. Here we go. 11. Stab blue. Binger stay close-minded. Binger stay close-minded. Advance warward. Think like a penis. Don't be open-minded. That's how the unworthy man tries to program you to keep your mind vulnerable so he can mold and edit you. Keep a strong mind, solid mind, like a motherfucking rock binger, like a motherfucking boulder binger. Don't be a tent binger, be a bunker. Don't stand out like some weak, delicate, flamboyant distraction. Don't be a tent. Don't be tentative. Be something that cannot be entered. Be something that cannot be moved or removed. Don't swayed. Don't be something that moves with the wind and the gust of the effeminate ass southern frequencies. Don't move with the intercontinental bullshit. Don't move with the fake flattery of invasive fish streams. Don't play that shit and kill it on first notice. Don't let them have any space. Don't give up enough room for their lungs to fit. Kill them all on first notice of their existence. Don't fucking eat curry, binger, not even in your rap music. Don't sprinkle curry on your ghetto music. Don't sprinkle someone else's dick on your songs and call it progress, or be surprised when they give you awards for poisoning your tribe. You, binger, could do without it. And they ain't you, binger. They ain't us. That's all it is, binger. They will betray you faster than you think. Binger, kill them is the only publicity that keeps us strong. That's all you need to know. Politics is never over until the enemy is dead. The enemy is any potential form of competition, especially any man from another tribe. Don't ever put them onto shit. Don't ever give them a boost in rep. Don't ever give them a respect of a tribute. I'm not clowning you, binger, or talking down. I'm saying they will pollute just by being introduced. So instead, kill them and let that be your inspiration instead. Kill them and let that be where you get your next bread. Do not share. Pussies get opened. Binger, don't let nothing in. Binger, think like a dick and penetrate like bullets. Binger, stay where you at and build it. Don't gravitate towards nothing. No other man can form or progress with you. They use that word to discontinue you. Those words ain't shit. Progress comes when the enemy gets weaker. Progress for us when they pass the fuck out to death. Send them to death, my binger, every chance you get. Don't ever walk alongside your biggest threat. Don't march next to the man you should murder. Don't let them be allies, binger. Join a circus if you want to clown yourself. Binger, fight alone against the them, all or else. Don't expect victory you can enjoy. If you share a mission, you lose the reward. If you share a battle, you lose the conqueror. The battle must belong to you if you want the prizes and rewards of war. Rewards of war don't come to those who wait. Rewards of war don't come to binger who discuss and debate. Rewards of war don't come to binger to learn. Rewards of war don't come to binger who wait their turn. Rewards of war come from binger who take. Rewards of war come from binger who put the lesser man on a plate. Rewards of war come from binger who attack till they exhausted, rest, then attack some more. Binger who repeat this process always win. But if you wait for them to give you instruction or to tell you it's time to go into a particular process, they will lead you in circles until you wander off a cliff. Binger, there is no strategy, path, or direction. Forward towards war. Advance warward. Why doubt what you want? Binger, believe in plenty of things that can never be seen. Binger, believe in plenty of things that you can't tell if you see them, even if you're looking at them. There is no reason why Binger should not believe in his soulmate. There is no reason why Binger should not believe in paradise. There is no reason why Binger should. There we go. This has been our daily unbreaded. Our daily unbreaded. Oh my goodness. Okay, we've got chats over on Odyssey and Rumble that need some attention right away. Magitech says, have you considered that liberty allow these types of people to rape kids? And is that worth the freedom? At what point does your patience end? Well, I personally don't know. I don't know if this is a weird like comment on my position of being a libertarian, but as I've explained multiple times, my position on libertarianism is this. I believe that we should have a libertarian approach to policy, which is we start from zero. And then we move the needle to the maximum amount of liberty with the appropriate amount of where we want to be, what we want to regulate, what we want to prevent. So we say maximum amount of liberty, minimum amount possible of raping kids. That's and we tailor our policies to do that. That's my position. I'm not an anarchist. I've not been an anarchist, and I am also not a Libertarian Party libertarian because I don't think they do what I just said either. Nick believes in eating ass since he's a libertarian. Look, I'm not going to stop you from eating ass. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah. Oh, Magitech, if it's my standard answer, then why do you ask the question? I'm confused, brother. Help me answer your question better. I would love to answer that. But no, the price of freedom is risk. So you determine how much risk you're willing to accept and you pay it, right? That's that. So Malik Foxon says Vito is fucking retarded or just a liar because he takes a position, digs down, and fuck the logic. I can probably twist this any way I want to or snake my way out of any hypocrisy I get cornered on. He just isn't very good at the latter. Latter big, so he sounds like he doesn't actually believe in anything. Well, people can make up their own minds on how that discussion went. Rumble username sucks as Vito. Our society is literally built on heterosexual relationships. It's virtually impossible, even with modern technology, not to build a society on them. Maybe we'll get Brave New World in the future. There you go. There you go. Ooh. Let's see. Next we've got, damn it. Louis Zane says, Nick, you're going to have to hang Vito on the wall. You know, with your map collection, just grab a nice screenshot, hang him on the wall. Maybe he'll get a nice frame for it. And then 9B61FXD says, gender identity is at its core derived from academic fraud, unreproducible academic fraud to be precise. You think the fields in question would have cleaned up their act after the science wars of the 2000s, but here we are. I suppose they never had to clean up. They never had to clean up their position. They just had to wait. Unfortunately, that's all they had to do. Zalcor07 says sex was a mistake. Usually is. Usually. I think the overwhelming majority of sex probably is. No matter how great it is. Emorsk says hot tea with lemon and honey. Thank you, Emorsk. Rumble username sucks. It's RE Disney selling pride shit. I'm in a bit of an odd place politically, religiously, but I hate anyone marketing sexually oriented products, ideas to kids, which pride explicitly is. SC Medic 71 says kids in public school are in a pseudo custodial situation. They are. SC Medic 71 says Snow White was a story about a chick with 7 dents in her cherry. Oh shit. Oh shit. Was she doing where the dwarves coming up being like, my name is Buck and I'm here to fuck, dropping the Vaseline all over and just plowing out Sleeping Beauty constantly. Maybe that's why Peter Dinklage is mad. Emor says Vito is just trolling you. Again, people get to make up their own mind on that debate. I think we got to some level of clarity, but others may disagree. Rumble username sucks says Vito versus Ethan Ralph. How much money to get these two fat losers on the same stream to watch the fireworks? We can boost these two never been channels to their proper status. I don't think Vito and Ethan Ralph would argue against each other. Last I checked, Vito was somewhat in support of Ralph on the Medicare stream on Monday Matt's channel, right? I think. I don't want to misrepresent, but I believe that's what happened. I didn't stick around for that part because it was already long. SC Medic 71 says Vito wants kids to learn about reading, writing, and arithmetic dick. Eric Weinberg says, glad to see Legal Mindset on. Me too. Love that guy. He's great. Just don't talk about our love in front of the K-3 kids, please. Jose M says Cecil annihilated and manhandled just some groomer. Dude, that tweet was devastating. Did you guys see it? I always forget that a lot of people don't use Twitter because they're proper, smart human beings. And I'm going to put this. Here's the tweet. I'll put it up since most of you are smart people who don't go on Twitter, and you may not have seen this. Here we go. So just some guy says why some people would see mentioning gay people to kids as grooming is actually quite telling of what they think of gay people. And Cecil says, maybe ask yourself why it's so infuriating to be told not to talk about sex with 5-year-olds. It sounds kind of reasonable to me, but what do I know? I'm just some guy you can leave around kids. Holy shit. Did he fucking annihilate just... But he gets to this critical part. Like that's what the best part of Cecil's tweet here is not, I mean, the zinger at the end is great. But this makes the zinger worth the zinger, right? And this is the question you have to ask everybody who is so vocally in support of this bill. Why do you need K-3 teachers talking about this stuff with kids? And they need it. Why? Why do you need that? Why is that critical to you? That's the ultimate question. Why do you need this? And I tried to ask Vito. I don't think he gave a great answer on it. Why do we need this to happen? Why do people need this? You just have to wait all the way to 4th grade. C. Goody said, read that one. Seal Hunter says, can you taste fried food now? I can, though. No, not really. I mean, I can taste it. It just tastes like garbage. Eric the Red says, you did some good work when you broke just some guy's brain as much as Tim Drake's when he was kidnapped by the Joker. Kinda X122 says, since we're on the topic of the Florida bill, would you mind taking a look at the Idaho bill, HB 675, at some point and giving your opinion? I'll pull it up real quick so I have it. Genital mutilations of a child. Uh-oh. It amends the existing law to provide for the crime of genital mutilation in certain instances and to provide certain exemptions. Bill text. Two pages. We can look at it right now, real quickly. If this is what I think it is, that'll be great. and I hate you already. Okay, so it's changing from the female genital mutilation of a child. They've taken out female and put just genital mutilation of a child. So the first one, except as provided in the subsection 45, whoever knowingly circumcises, excises, or infibulates the whole or any part of the labia majora, labia minora, or clitoris of the child should be guilty of a felony. So that remains unchanged. So except as provided in subsection 6 of this section, whoever knowingly engages in any of the following practices upon a child that circumcise, excise, infibulate, or mutilate the reproductive organs and parts of a child for the purpose of attempting to change or affirm the child's perception of the child's sex, if that perception is inconsistent with the child's biological sex, shall be guilty of a felony. Oh, shit. So this is a trans thing. I thought it was going to be general circumcision. Performing surgeries that sterilize or mutilate, including castration, vasectomy, hysterectomy, oophorectomy, metoidioplasty, metoidioplasty, orchiectomy, penectomy, phalloplasty, clitoroplasty, vaginoplasty, vulvoplasty, ovariectomy, or reconstruction of the fixed part of the urethra, with or without metoidioplasty, phalloplasty, scrotoplasty, or the implantation of erection or testicular prosthesis. Performing a mastectomy, administering or supplying the following medications that include or that induce profound morphologic changes in the genitals of a child or induce transient and permanent infertility. So puberty blocking medication, supraphysiological doses of testosterone to a female or supraphysiological doses of estrogen to a male, or removing any otherwise healthy or non-diseased body part or tissue. So we added medical intervention to the surgical operation if it's necessary for the health of the person, except that a medical intervention that results in the impairment and mutilation of the reproductive organs and parts of a child is never necessary to the health of a child on whom it is performed if it is for the sole purpose of attempting to change her from the child's perception of the child's sex, or if the perception is inconsistent with the child's biological sex. Okay, so they do not apply if a person acting in accordance with the good faith medical decision of a parent or guardian of a child born with a medically verifiable genetic disorder or sex development, including child with external biological sex characteristics that are ambiguous and irresolvable, such as a child born having 46 XX chromosomes with virilization, 46 XY chromosomes with undervirilization, or with both ovarian and testicular tissue. So hermaphrodites, basically intersex people. Or when a physician has otherwise diagnosed a disorder of sexual development in which the physician has determined through genetic testing, child does not have the normal sex chromosome structure for a male or female. And then finally, provisions of this act are hereby declared to be severable, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that is, let's just say it, 100% correct. Do not gender transition children full fucking stop. Do not gender transition children. There you go. That bill seems to be rather cleanly written to do that. Good. That is the correct approach to that issue. Chuckles Dezu says, Jesus, Nick, I have a compromised immune system and you're more sick than me, and I work in a grocery store. I have no idea. PG says, why not? Because they're children. Period. If they want to do that when they hit 18, they can legally consent to stuff on their own without a parent. Go for it. Don't transition children. Don't make decisions on behalf of children that would be medically difficult to reverse. Don't do it. don't do it. Stephen Oglesby says, no addictomies or pecorectomies. Correct. Don't do it. Not to kids. Page XX says, why would a judge not allow the jury a transcript of testimony? My girlfriend was on a jury recently that didn't allow it. It was a pedo incest case. The reason is because they're supposed to take their impressions of the witnesses more than just the words of the witnesses. If they get a jury transcript, they'll pay less attention to the impressions of the witnesses. They'll rely on that jury transcript, and jury deliberations will take eons as they go through thousands and thousands of pages of discussion that happened in the courtroom. And they revisit and put new thoughts or memories upon new perceptions upon what they heard and what they saw at the time. That's not what they're supposed to do. Analyze your own memory, your own impressions. Backcoat says, as Stephen Hawking, boom shakalaka. William Barnes, flags want children's being informed for purposes of Shrek's consent so they can ram their agenda inside. Let me grape your children, bigots. Justin says, hey, Nick, know anyone who's covered or is coveting the Deshaun Watson case? Didn't care about it until he was traded to my team. I need to talk about it. I've been meaning to do a video. I swear my days are a disaster. I barely got the video today up. But I plan on doing coverage of the Deshaun Watson case very soon. CL Hunter says, get well soon. You're still a boomer, though. Potentially criminal says, Turner got life. Hey, there's potentially criminal. He's coming on tomorrow. He got life in Tennessee. That's 60 years mandatory before parole, maybe 51 years if they release him at 85%. Hey, what's up, potentially criminal? Looking forward to my conversation with him tomorrow. It's a crying shame. Says, wish you'd do a day show. Really miss you today. It's horrible. No good. Rotten Monday. It's a crying shame. Believe me, I want to be doing a day show. I really do. I can't do one tomorrow because I have I don't understand what happened, but I suddenly have a million daytime appointments that I don't want. I don't want them. I don't want to be doing stuff during the day, but I've got all this fucking shit I have to do now. Tomorrow, I have an appointment at 1 p.m. I might be able to do a day show after that. I don't know how long it's going to take. I really want to do them, believe me. But unfortunately, sorry. Brian Scholl says, Nick, I apologize if my camera comes on and you see me pooping. Me too. Bass player 2011 IFY says, Speyside whiskeys tend to be fruity and earth tones in it as well. Add a few drops of water and let it sit for a few minutes. That should smooth it out. I don't like doing that. I like to drink them neat. By this time, I don't care. Like, I've had enough where they taste fine. It tastes fine. Lost Valley says, Nick, I put your symptoms into WebMD. It says you probably have cancer. Sorry to break the news this way. Well, shit. Dirt Bike says that's probably Ethan Ralph, squash, and acorns. Vito says outlaw heterosexuality, death penalty. Mario Carter 13 says the bill doesn't say gay, not even once. Rip reading. John Fitzaffey says caught the coof. Many such cases. Sad. Jake Skywalker, just some guy is great on Lord of the Rings, not so great on law. You might call him a legal Smeagol. Artemis Treist, Nick Ricada, what's your opinion about the NALGD case? Aware not in your docket today. Just curious to hear your short take. What the fuck is the NALGD? Okay, when I type NALGD into Google on the images thing, it's just a bunch of asses. How is that asses? Well, I don't get it. There's just ass all over my Google image searches. It's a bunch of asses. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's for Nalgus. which is Spanish for buttocks. Okay, so Google translated NALGD into NALGAS, which is Spanish for butt. The National Association for Legal Gun Defense. Is that what this is? Self-defense insurance company abandoned its member. Oh, looks like Uncivil did a video on it 2 days ago. I'm not aware of this. After promising legal fees. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. So, the question is going to be whether or not they established a contract upon which the person relied, right? Like their performance of, you give us money, we will provide you legal services. Was that a valid contract for consideration? Did they agree on the consent or agree and consent on the terms of that contract? And did they both perform the contract? I don't know the details, but if you tell me someone made all of their payments, all of their quote unquote premium payments for the agreement to provide legal fees, and then they just say, nah, then fuck them and they should be buried. But I don't know. It could be more complicated than that. Skeleton says this freeze frame makes Desantis look like he just got caught shitting his pants in public. No, he's not Al Roker. Zombie Shoot says, shooter even asked security where all the women were before he started shooting. He had no idea it was a gay club, just that it had protection. So there you go. Back to that Pulse nightclub shooting. Ryoji Mata says, here's your get well sandwich. Jelly plus peanut butter plus bread plus peanut butter plus jelly. Enjoy. Disgusting. Oh, guys. I'm gonna do the most important cooking stream on Locals really soon. I was gonna do it today, but things got hectic. Lady Rackets had some errands to run unexpectedly in the evening, and so I was hanging out with the kids. So things got truncated, but tomorrow might be the day for maybe the most important stream of my entire life. It'll be on Locals only. Only on Locals. Mario Carter 13 says log cabin Republicans equal gay. Lincoln projects equal maps. Alan Rees, the rainbow is for the children, not the fairy community. Why did you pinch the rainbow from the crying children, you abusers? Wolfgang Deo says, can I get a toast for possibly losing my bachelor's card? Not finalized yet, but hey, why not? Better to hope than wait until this crazy stuff settles out. Wait, so you've got does that mean you've got a chica? Like not a side chica, but a premium, a premier chica? Yeah, we can get a little toast to that. To Wolfgang Deo, losing your bachelor's card by finding a woman. May your wallet be empty and also your balls. Cheers, brother. Brian Schultz says Vito looked like a gay quartering. Mario Carter, use protection when going down a rabbit's hole. Mort says, I feel like people forgot about To Catch a Predator and what these freaks will say and do to kids. I wonder what Chris Hansen thinks of this madness. Kyan Rennell says, Vito the pedo. Carson Depp says, encourage you to watch Kid Rock's new song, We the People, Let's Go Brandon. Sure to provoke smiles, tears, not in public, and a fist pump or 3. David Bowser, we used to have to get permission slips signed to let the teachers teach sex ed in school. Now they can just do whatever they want with no permission. Yep. Vito says, I won the moment you pretended the quartering didn't mean sexual grooming. Good game. I'll ask him. Quartering, did you mean sexual grooming or some other kind of grooming? The end is near. Beware says, I was 13 at Disney Parade. Man fell onto stroller on sidewalk. My mom, a DR, worked over 10 minutes till they disappeared him. No pulse, breathing the whole time. Holy shit. Trevor R says, Vito doesn't know what grooming is. Any definition. Kidda says teachers are not allowed to teach belief, including belief in leftist dogma, even LGBT issues. David Bowser, fat on to argue semantics. Get the fuck out. Bon Necron 444 says when a teacher encourages a child to transition behind his or her parents' back, that is grooming. It is akin to sexual grooming and child abuse. Mario Kart 13 reminds me of the time Sargon called Jim groomer, heavily implied the sexual kind before backpedaling that he meant grooming into Kiwi Farms users. Yonahal, you've now successfully been derailed by a straw man built out of semantics like they always do. Stop it. Cars the Depth says, from the looks of his appearance, Vito objects to any kind of grooming. Stephen Oglesby, what news? What news did I fucking hell. Oh shit. Stephen Oglesby says, here's a fun one. After 8.5 years of biweekly chemotherapy, my oncologist said they needed to add a steroid to make the drug more effective. It worked, but now because of it, I have diabetes. Real kicker, right? Fuck. Stephen Oglesby. Oh, shit. Stephen Oglesby, RIP your pancreas to hopefully kill your fucking cancer. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Chin up, toast to you, and suffering through what has got to be one of the worst treatments with the potential for the best outcome. I hope it works out well for you, brother. I really do. Quarter Black Garrett. Oh my God. Do you see this? Ladies and gentlemen, Quarter Black wife is going into labor for our 4th child. I'm coming for your record, Nick. Toast me. Damn it. This I can 100% toast. Because I know this. I know this intimately. I know this very well. 4th child. To Quarter Black Garrett, the man who just summited the mountain and is now walking down, hopefully 2 mountains, if you know what I mean, and is now walking down the other side. The 4th child is man's unsung blessing. They're eternally special. They're eternally charismatic, wonderful, and the apple of your eye because the first child is great, but they're a first child. You've met them. Many of you are them. The second child always plays second fiddle. Not their fault. They're cool. They're awesome. But they came in. The third child is Satan. Always. No matter how sweet and innocent they look, they are Satan because they now outnumber you. But the 4th child is the magic number. It's the Fibonacci sequence of children because you no longer give a fuck about anything. And that 4th child is like the gravy on top of your biscuit chicken sandwich. They're amazing. 4th childs are great. And may your 4th child bring that I'm too busy to give a shit datitude that every man deserves to find in their life. Cheers, brother. Here's some more. Archangel, 5 is not the Fibonacci sequence of children. Shut up. 4th is. You guys are stuck on math, but you're wrong. You're wrong. Wrong. Terrible. I know people who are good at math, know words, math terms, math phrases. Some of these are very good phrases, but I'm telling you, the Fibonacci one, they've got it all wrong. They're here talking about the fifth child. Oh, the fifth child's a Fibonacci. No, it's really the fourth. Fourth one. I've talked to many experts. I'm pretty smart on this myself. I've got a big brain about it. Lots of people tell me I have a wonderful brain about fourth and fifth children. I know a lot about them. Lots of experience. In fact, I'm an expert in the field. Ash B says, would you have another child? No, I'm done. 5 is done. 5 was enough. Would I have had another child? Maybe. We got really boned 3 years. 3 years of let's see. We had 3 miscarriages right away. And then we had a year and a half of no pregnancies at all. Like nothing. And then we had like 6 months of hardcore fertility work to get our first child. Then after that, we did the fertility stuff again because we thought we had to. And when we stopped the fertility stuff, we got our second child. And then third, fourth, fifth, bam, 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 no problem. It was all fine. It was like things figured it out. I don't know. But that pushed us back, like 3 years before we had our first kid. And so by the time we had our 5th kid, Lady Rackets was 30, 33, 34. The next kid would have been in 2 years. It's getting to be that she's old. I'm old. Would I have had more than 5? Maybe. But would I have more at the time of life where we got to 5? No, we were done. We were good at that point. So it was yeah. That was a tough decision to make, but it's like after the 9,000th diaper, you're pretty much like, I'm good. So anyway, back to this quarter black man. While she's screaming at you, tell your wife that I hope everything goes well. And I genuinely do. Brother. And after the show, I'll offer up a little personal prayer for you guys. I know how childbirth is generally okay, but it doesn't make it less terrifying at any point. SC Medics says court ruled in favor of plaintiff in NALGD case. They had to pay $125,000 for the client's defense. Good. That's the proper outcome from the base read of that case, but I don't know the rest. Rumble username sucks says, Nick, can I have a toast on my birthday this past weekend? Almost old enough to be a respectable human being. Also, your description of kids for quarter black fits my siblings and I to a T, and I'm 1 of 5. Cheers, Rumble username suck. Happy birthday, brother. Congrats on being a first child, by the way. First childs have a lot of kick-ass advantages, even if they are a little bit much sometimes. The reason they're much is because they're good and because they're forced to parent their siblings along. They're the third co-parent, right? You know all about it. LV Esquire says, I'm a 27-year-old lawyer licensed in Nevada and California. I'd like to chat with you sometime, but you do an amazing job law-splaining without me. LV Esquire, email me. We can talk on stream, off stream. We can talk. I caution lawyers from coming on my show on stream when I invite them on. I caution them because of who I am and the negative interpretations people may get of them based on being on a show with me. But I would, we'll chat, man. Absolutely. Email me, please. Recato Law, recato.org. Put it in all caps. I'm the guy who sent you a super chat. I'm a lawyer. Talk to me. Put it in caps so I know who you are. Otherwise, I miss it. Stephen Oglesby says, meant to add a big thank you because no matter how bad I feel, watching you always makes me feel better and brings a smile. Thank you, Stephen Oglesby. You don't know how much that makes me smile because I I ended up being a lawyer, but my entire life, all I wanted to do was tell stories and entertain people. That's it. That's it. So if I can do that, if it took me going through a bunch of bullshit and then eventually becoming a lawyer, which was more bullshit, to do that, happy to have done so. And I considered it all gain after that. Mr. Mowry, thank you for the donation. I don't see a message attached, but again, if your message did not come through, same with Jeff K. Oh my goodness. If your messages do not come through, please let C Goody know. He can send them to me on Discord, which I have ready just in case I need to pull them up. Okay, back to this. Daniel Erler says, lose some weight. I think he's talking about to Vito, but I'll take the advice myself. Eric P says, kick him off. Calling him dumb is too nice. Eric L over here says, I'll add my monthly membership chat. Add to my monthly membership chat. My son will be born next month. Love watching you sip some whiskey. Mortgage industry for the win. Mortgage industry's been very good the past couple years. Low rates. Good stuff. Good stuff. David Bowser says the left uses Nazi and white supremacists to mean something else, but still make people think the worst about someone. Vito's argument is BS. Well, it's also BS because it is an appropriate usage of the term grooming. And I don't accept his argument that quartering means sexual grooming in the way of that teacher is going to groom that child right now. I don't think that's what the quartering meant. I don't think that's what he's trying to convey. I'll ask him. I'll ask the quartering specifically and just say, hey man, is this what you meant? Because this is what Vito says. What's the scoop? And see what he says. Ryoji Madi says, just some guy needs to pull his massive head out of his tiny ass and read the bill, or is he too hammer and sickle to read? Artemis Tree says, Vito by mere presence is grooming an unhealthy, raggedy lifestyle. If that's his base, got to be a long way to go above water. Snuggle Struggle says, Vito is being disingenuous as fuck, needing to go to the most salacious idea and then claim Rackets is the one doing so. Seems to be arguing simply to argue. Look, I put forth my position on the bill. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Ryukin says, did you mention a history you want to tell us at the beginning of the show? My history with just some guy is simple. If you're not aware, I guess it's very possible, because this is a little while ago. People may not know. I was on Flashcast with just some guy. We were talking about the early part of the pandemic and the guy who bought 17,000 bottles of like Purell and then tried to sell them at a profit. And the state came in and took they seized all of his Purell bottles. They said he was price gouging and profiteering and all this stuff. All the while, by the way, everyone who produced an N95 mask was price gouging up the fucking ass. These things went up to like $8 for a single disposable mask for a while. Fuck them. But we got to talking to Martin Shkreli and stuff like that. And it turns out that he's just in favor of government price control. So I called him a fucking communist because that's what he was. That's what he was doing. He's advocating centralized planning for economics. Called him a commie because he was being a commie. That's our history. He made a response video about me, about that argument, to which I then responded in kind in a live stream. And I watched through his entire argument and, I offered counterpoints. I won't say I took it apart, but I fucking did. So you can check it out if you want. But his video about me should be still up, and my video about him is certainly still there. Tell them about your magical titty milk tree. If I was less inebriated, I probably would. Oh, I mean, basically, okay. So the question I asked him was, if I own property and on it is a magical titty milk tree that makes people live, should I be forced to share it? And his answer was yes. But I own the property. It's my tree. It's my magical titty milk. Why should I be forced to share that ever? It's mine. So anyway, it was an interesting discussion. Okay. Apotheosis says grooming in the context of animal behavior has no sexual connotation. Noob Nut 08 says the left dug the language game's grave. Spartan kicked them into it. Keep calling it grooming. I have no problem with people calling it grooming, by the way. And I legitimately don't believe they mean it in the you're grooming a child to have sex with them. I think they mean you're grooming a child into a particular lifestyle. That is away from normative. And look, let's be clear. I don't give a shit if you're gay or trans or whatever. And just because your lifestyle is non-normative is not a judgment that I'm giving to those lifestyles. It's just the definition. They're non-normative. So that's fine. You do you. Don't convince kids to do you. By the way, I don't convince kids to be a YouTuber. I tell them, don't do this shit. I don't convince kids to be a lawyer. I don't convince anybody to do anything. Fuck off. Leave kids out of this. They're impressionable, they're young, and your influence as a teacher is undue over them. That's the concern that people have. And they should. They should. I always tell people, I'm just an idiot with an opinion. I tell my students, I'm just an idiot with an opinion. I'm sitting there talking. And so last Thursday I taught, I teach every other Thursday at our homeschool co-op. I teach the Constitution to middle schoolers and high schoolers. And I'm sitting there and I'm going through the Sixth Amendment, right? And I'm just passionately talking through the Sixth Amendment. And one of my students goes, "Why are you teaching us about this?" And I'm like, "I'm a lawyer." They went, "You are?" Yes. Yes, I mentioned that. You probably weren't listening. They're like, "Oh, thought you're just some person." I was like, "Well, I am just some person, but I'm a lawyer, so I have training on this and how it works. You know, that's why I'm teaching this subject." But at the end, I don't sit there and hammer in, "Well, I'm a lawyer, so you got to listen to me." No, that's never the point. Just some guy with an opinion and a little bit of education on a particular subject. Other than that, just an asshole. Marmer 132 says, "Vito, Ricada, my brain hurts." CM Chunks says, "Kick Vito." Benny Boy says, "Okay, groomer." Alan Laughing Dog says, "Missing the tree for the forest. No child should be in government schools." No, I agree. If the government wants to fund education, give every parent a check for their children to pay for their education to all private institutions. Artemis Tree says, "Nick, great streams, but I'm out of here because I'm not here to listen to Vito Lagaria. Have one on me." Thank you. Chambers of My Heart has heard all these arguments before from people who prey on kids. You're sick in the head by your own words. Hashtag save James and hashtag save Miles Gerwitz. That is all. American Legend says a child is not mature enough to be taught sex at that age. It's child abuse. There is known material of it. It's to protect the innocence of the child. Shit. Jeff K says, "Recently lost my phone, so I lost my super chat. Their buttons in the beginning, the word was God and the word was with God. So literally speaking, Jesus Christ was the word." Mind blown. You know, not to get gay on the subject, but I wrote a long-ish note on Facebook a long time ago, my thoughts on the Trinity and what it means and how fascinating the Trinity is when you really delve into it. Everybody goes, oh yeah, God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit, they're all the same, and they're 3 and 1. God's 1 and 3, whatever. And they just kind of gloss over how interesting it is and what Christ being the word actually means. But I wrote a whole thing about it. If people ever, I think it's public on Facebook. I don't know. It should be. Most of my Facebook is locked down, but I think my notes are public. They're kind of hard to find though. Next. Altlag says this planetoid is so dense that my monitor broke my desk the instant he showed up on it. I'd eat my monitor out the window, but it'd give me a hernia. Bon Necron 444 trying to recruit someone into a gay lifestyle or trans lifestyle is a form of grooming. Always has been. Neostar Production says, I don't have confidence that Vito can actually write that book. Randall McCollum says Vito literally called it making love to them when referring to children being molested. That's all you need to know. True and honest Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care says my kid's library has the Bible in it, so Vito isn't cool with teachers not being able to read it and teach the Bible to kids. Yeah, that was such a weird argument that we didn't really get into it too much, but I'm baffled. I'm like, wait, do you think teachers just go and throw darts in the library, and where the dart lands, they grab that book and run it back? That doesn't make any sense. Teaching curriculum doesn't work that way. Vienna waits for you says, did Vito get to toss around twice the amount of baseballs and footballs in the backyard than most kids with his 2 dads? Doesn't look like it. Oh shit. Guys, I try and take my kids out to throw a ball, baseball, or kick a soccer ball. And they're always like, yeah, we're playing on our iPads. Fuck you. Come play with me. Kurt Terry says, I'm ready to groom Nick in Elden Ring. # breaded vigor life. I'm so religiously opposed to vigor. That's not even funny. Gonfall says 2 gay dads raising a kid is not mentally healthy for a child. It's a separate discussion. I generally agree. I think the best overall outcome is a mother and father raising their children. CL Hunter says Vito is a landfill. Screw you. A whole landfill. Holy shit. Cledge Fenrir says this bill was a response from the San Francisco choir. You know that one song they literally sing, "We're coming for your children." And that sounds really gross when you think of it in multiple contexts. Daniel Erler, I have a tetherball. I have one. I got to figure out a good place to put it. Evil Herod Hero Diamond Cat says, debate just some guy about this, please. I don't think just some guy wants to debate me about anything ever again. So. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed, but I don't know that he's into it. Gonfall says it's against God and nature. We need to stop it. Kids don't need to learn about it. Social lessons should be left to the parents, not a government facility. Only pro country things, not pro weird. Mario Carter says Vito is offering hands-on lessons, 30 seconds per session. Pastor Flash says kick Vito and give us our daily unbreaded. We did the daily unbreaded. Jay Griff says, no one with that level of neck beard and that many weeb figurines is allowed within 100 yards of a school. Flash one says, in Florida, you don't start getting a sex education until the 5th grade. Even then, a waiver needs to be signed. The bill is about rogue teachers. I think in my school, someone talked to me about this in Twitter DMs earlier, and I think in my school was 5th grade also. As I think back on it, I was in Mrs. Gelson's class. Gelson? Was that her name? So interesting to me. My mom played golf with my 5th grade teacher when I was like 35. It's like, oh, I played golf with Mrs. So-and-so. I was like, really? It's like, yeah, she remembers you. I'm like, she does? No. The only thing she had to remember me for was when my friends and we made our little winter figurines as if we were killing other students. That's what she probably remembers. But I can't imagine she actually remembered me. But yeah, it was 5th grade because I remember we had a female teacher, so they made all the boys go over to the male 5th grade teacher who taught the boys the sex ed class, right? Where they have the weird like diagram of it's always like an limp penis sitting there. It looks all weird. And it's like urethra, scrotum. Yeah. But we were taught by a teacher. I wish I remember. Was his name Mr. Gleason? No, that's something different. But yeah, it was 5th grade for me. I thought it was 4th at first, but then I thought through it and I was like, no, it was 5th grade. The man with no name says, not only will Vito sink Florida, he's sinking the stream with his infinite Tsukuyomi. See Goody says, but do you love gay people? I love all people. Walter Deadman says, Nick, it seems you gained 900 pounds of kid diddler on screen. You might want to fix this. Munchies Man's, welcome to Paralegal. Kyan Rennell says, get this retarded quartering off the screen. Mandy says, joke's on you. Nick got roofied and pegged in Texas. My ass did not hurt, Mandy. Do you know how much work they would have had to do prior to make my ass not hurt? Vince L says, Vito makes a good point. If I can read L. Ron Hubbard's Dianetics or Harris's death sentence to my kids, then teachers should be able to in their class. Darius Munchausen, thank you. Turd Ferguson says the only thing statutory Vito is an expert on is not instruction. Holy shit. AD says Vox says the law is unconstitutionally vague. Yeah, I read that Vox article and they're retarded. Again, instruction is not vague. It is used thousands of times in the Education Code of Florida. If it's vague, so many laws just became void for vagueness. That is pathetic. Doctor cuts your tits and cock off. Says, Nick, I'd like to offer you free consulting and 75% off a procedure of your choosing. Quality and outcome are not guaranteed. Look, doctor, cut your tits and cock off. I am kind of fat, so you can trim these down until I can build, or just implant some muscle for my lazy ass. Synthol for life. I'm going to get addicted to synthol, guys. Here we go. Are you ready to watch my synthol mukbangs? JD says the best outcome is to best solution is to outlaw public schools. He also says, please consider joining my agenda-free theocracy. You can't say gay, but at least Vito won't be there. Perihelion says, just woke up. First dream about having an irreconcilable argument with wife, which led to divorce. Woke up at 3 a.m. Next one was getting shelled, running for your life, and war. Good morning, everyone. Holy shit. Perihelion, go to a beach, man. Just relax. You're gonna be good. Owen Rosewald says, I can't hear you say Vito without thinking of the legend Don Vito. Rip. It's not him. Andrew Miller says, I haven't seen you knock him back quite that fast. That conversation with Vito made me knock the sober off too. Crusader says the slippery slope is not a fallacy. CJ says, hey, teachers, leave them kids alone, from Pink Floyd. Disconnect says cuties is as much a commentary on child exploitation as Cannibal Holocaust is a commentary on native exploitation. Exactly. Shit. Kalinka says, I've noticed that these activists don't try this rubbish in majority non-white schools. What the fuck is happening with the whites? I don't comprehend. Well, if you ask Flash, it's liberal white women. Timothy Reaper, 2 brain dinosaurs used to be accepted science because one brain couldn't possibly control something so big. Don't question the science. He also says, think like an Australian Women's Network logo. Vienna waits for you. People like Vito is why Russia invaded Ukraine. Think about it. Snuggle struggle. EDUs creating a product for government abuse. Matthew Harris exposes their end goal. These educators are embarrassed. It is a failed experiment. Crusader says Chameleon is too polite. He's a fifth columnist snake. Aiden Bergen says, Nick, I work nights, so I look forward to the night streams. Also, the same problem with food, except is for red meat, so I can eat chicken. I would kill for fucking chicken, right? All I want is to make gumbo, chicken and sausage, and know it's going to be good. Because I'm about to make gumbo, and I'm like, it could be bad, though. What do I do if it's bad? The John Back says, maybe some care because they follow the motto, get them by 8 or it's too late. Or is that motto Namblas? No, I think they do. I think they really do. Like that, it's something we see. They want that's what this bill has exposed is there's a bunch of people, and I mentioned this before, that really, really want to talk to kids about sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity. They really want to. Why do they want to so badly? But they do. They exist, and they're backed up by a bunch of people who want those people to talk to them. $2D Knight says, can you re-clarify your position on the bill? You may have misspoken. Heard you say you were against the bill and that proponents are maps. I am against the bill. Wait, no. What? No, I am for the bill. Huh? I'm so confused. I am for allowing the Florida legislature to prohibit discussions of sexual orientation and gender identity to children between the ages of kindergarten and 3rd grade. There you go. I am for that bill. And I think people who are opposed to the bill really want to have people having sex talks with children. I'm not really interested in that. Oh, Vito made me more against the bill. I mean, fuck. Vito made me more for the bill. Damn it. Well, that's a colossal fuck up. That was a colossal fuck up. I was trying to make a joke about how bad Vito's argument and say I was more for the bill. Oh, well, guys, sorry we got to end the stream. I don't know why, but I'm investing what the proper angle to shoot myself is. Like, do I put the gun in my mouth? Do I put it in the side of the head? Do I shoot down through the brain? Like, do I go straight forward here? Do I try and get the brainstem? What do I do? What do I do? Because I'm done. I'm finished. It's over. Do I just eat the whole gun and choke on that and die? Is that the better way to do it? Fuck me. Shove it in the anus. What if I like what happens? Then I'm the groomer. Thank you, 2D Knight. I wish I would have read that one sooner. God damn it. Daniel Wozniak says, cheers to you. Enjoying a Deanston 12 here. Hey, Deanston's that's a good liquor. Mark Duquesne says, for 100%, it should ban foreskin circumcision too. Joel Reese says, will you teach your kids to farm runes in Elden Ring for you? No farming allowed. Just go kill shit. Did you ever cover that fat anorexic lady, Tess Holiday? Nothing can cover her. She's perpetually naked. Fucking hell. Goddamn. I said I'm against the bill.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay. Ha! Gay!
Nigga, you gay.
I like you.
and I want you.
Eric L says, my son will be born next month. Yeah, buddy. Get it. Buddha Bear says, wait, do people actually read the instructed book or remember any of them? Never read a single one until my 20s. Blaine 20 says, Vito looks and acts like that guy on the South Park episode, Make Love, Not Warcraft. Rob Price says, Nick, that case you mentioned with the company not covering legal costs was a 1A auditor who assaulted and stole a security guard's flashlight at a Scientology place, and it happened on their property. Okay. Sounds good. Stellar J. Atkins said, I wish Republican politicians were as anti-gay as some guy thinks they are. Bad Vibe says, Nick, get off your widening posterior. I believe you're attempting to compete with Tootin. LV Esquire, actually, I just turned 56. I've been licensed since 1995. I will email you. Fantastic. Mike Cuckold says, what's the best part about hooking up with Leah Thomas? Reaching around and pretending you went all the way through her. Oh my God. Holy shit. Stephen Oglesby says, just don't shoot yourself in the front. You could get off. You could go off half cocked. Damn. Cars in Depth says, of course you should use grooming implying something sexual because it really, really annoys the activists and the weirdos. It strikes a nerve. Push-ups 2345 says, look up the takeover of America's legal system. Wolfgang Deo says, as a mathematician, it is true. The fourth child. Socratic Method, are you playing Elden Rings after you suicide? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Blaine 20 says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Proverbs 22:6. Jeff K says, Nick, my sister took a steroid, either oral or nasal. Don't be naughty about it, but it fixed her sense of taste and smell, and she's an RN. I have a nasal steroid. I'm on it. I'm on it. And it has been, I think, improving. So I am taking the nasal steroid right now. And then finally, Daniel says, have a drink on me. Cheers. I'm going to go with water because I'm a little tossed. Surprising how that Glen Alachi sneaks up on you. And Nervous Sip says, you end yourself Jack Murphy style. Pegged. Rumble username sucks says, Nick, Flash specifically said woke white women. He also said liberal white women and just white women. So I'm not exactly sure what he really meant. He was just pushing for miscegenation. I don't know what Flash meant either. But there you go, guys. There's the show tonight. There's the show for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. Sorry to bring on Vito, but I thought, he's here. Might as well hear him out. And he got to say his points. And I think he did so incompetently. So, good job on Vito doing what he did. But there you go. All right. I'm going to go play Elden Ring now. It's 3 a.m. Fuck. Why? When I want to play Elden Ring, why can't I do a short show? I'm fucking incapable of it. So, if you want to hang out with me for Elden Ring, they've been some fun streams. I have a big hammer. Who fucking cares about anything else? You come join me. Twitch.tv/Ricada Law. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tonight or tomorrow. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lethbrook. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.